Okay, Chair, I can confirm that we're now live streaming to the public and we're also recording. So we're a little early, but over to you when you're ready.
Excellent, thank you, Sue. So, 1 minute two by my watch, but I think as it's probably going to be quite a long meeting, I think we're okay to read out the speedy bit first. Excellent, okay. Good morning all, welcome to the joint budget meeting of the Scrutiny and Overview Committees, session 1 on the 12th of January 2022. Happy New Year everyone. I am your chair for the meeting, Councillor Vicky Johns. Based on a decision of the Council to continue virtual meetings until the 11th of May 2022, I would like to remind both members and public attending or watching that this Council has delegated much of its decision-taking power to our senior officers. The meeting can be viewed live online and will be recorded. Please bear this in mind throughout the meeting. Therefore, may I remind colleagues to be careful with their language and that the Code of Conduct applies throughout our meeting. We reserve the right to remove and disconnect any participant disrupting the meeting by whatever means. As this meeting is dependent on internet connection and a power supply, in the event of a break in the internet connection or a power cut, please bear with us as we try to reconnect. If we are not able to reconnect after 15 minutes, this meeting will be adjourned and reconvened at a later date. Could colleagues please ensure your microphone is muted when you are not speaking? This will help avoid any disturbance from background noise. Could you also keep your points short and not interrupt someone else when they are speaking? Should you wish to comment, please raise your electronic hand and wait to be called. Due to the fact that this is a joint meeting of two committees, I will start by appointing Councillor Tom Wright as Vice Chair for this meeting, since he is the Chair of the Scrutiny Committee. Can I invite members to confirm their support quickly by a vote? Green ticks if you are in favour and a red cross if you are not.
Okay, Chair, I've got 14 votes in favour.
Thank you, Sue. We will now start the meeting by doing a roll call of all members here present. Can you please now unmute your microphone, and when you hear your name, please confirm by saying present. When you have confirmed you're present, please mute your microphone again.
Okay, thank you. If I start with overview committee members first. Councillor Johns.
Present, thank you, Sue.
Councillor Bonetta.
He'll be late, Sue, so
okay.
Apologies.
Okay. Councillor Barrow.
Present, Sue, thank you.
Councillor Gazzard.
Present, thank you, Sue.
Councillor Hartnell. I think Councillor Hartnell might be late, actually.
He's going to be late. He's at the dentist first thing.
Councillor Ingham.
Present, thank you.
Councillor Manley. Councillor Miller.
Present, thank you.
Yeah. Councillor Moulding. Councillor Pook. I've just
Present.
seen Councillor Ranger.
Present.
Councillor Woodward. I think he might be late as well, Chair.
Yeah, I think he did send us an email.
Okay, if I can go to Scrutiny Committee members, please. Councillor Tom Wright.
Present, thank you, Sue.
We already know that Councillor Ranger's here. Councillor Allen. Councillor Allen. Councillor Bruce.
Present, Susan, thank you.
Councillor Chapman.
Present, Sue.
Councillor Coleman.
Present, thanks.
Councillor Davey.
Present, thank you.
Councillor Gardner.
Present.
Councillor Hawkins.
Present.
Councillor Kemp.
Present, thank you.
Councillor McCollum.
I think Tony sent me a message turning around saying that he may be late to the meeting because he's got another appointment this morning.
I know that Councillor Miller's here. Councillor Parr,
Yes, hello.
Councillor Pepper, Councillor Rylance. I think she may be late as well, Chair.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, we do have a quorum for both committees. So over to you.
Excellent, thank you. Thank you, Sue. I can confirm that the meeting is quorate. Agenda item 1, public speaking. As far as I know, there are no members of the public wishing to speak, are there, Sue?
No, there aren't, Chair. No.
Okay, agenda item 2, minutes of the previous joint budget meeting of the Scrutiny and Overview Committees meeting held on the 14th of January 2021. If you have any comments on these minutes, please raise your electronic hand. If you can cast your mind back that far.
Can't see any hands, Chair.
Excellent, thank you. Can I now invite members of the Overview Committee first to vote in favour or against of receiving and noting the minutes? So in favour if it's a green tick, please, and if you're against, a red cross. Thank you.
Okay, Chair, I've got 9 votes in favour.
Excellent, thank you. I can confirm that the minutes are received and noted. We'll be doing them separately, overview, and then scrutiny. Can I now invite members of the Scrutiny Committee to vote in favour or against receiving and noting the minutes? Again, green tick, red cross.
Okay, Chair, I have 8 votes in favour.
Thank you, Sue. Thank you. I confirm that the minutes are received and noted. Okay, agenda item 3, apologies. I have so far received apologies from councillors Ian Hall and Marcus Hartnell, and Tony Woodward has said that he may be late. And obviously we've got a couple of others that we know are running late. So I think that's probably duly noted.
Chairman, I've arrived from a planning delegations meeting I've just been attending.
Excellent.
Councillor
Moulding.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay. Agenda item 4, declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of interest? If during the meeting you wish to make a declaration of interest, please remember to state your declaration, and if it is a personal or a prejudicial declaration, and what exactly the interest is. So if I could ask members to raise their hands if they have an interest, please. I see Councillor Paul Miller's hand is up.
Sorry there, thanks, Chair. Yeah, I need to declare an interest. I think it's a personal one. If the monitoring officer here is here, he may be able to advise me. I'm the council appointed director for Sideshaw, which has a East Devon District Council managed car park and has a sort of commercial relationship with East Devon District Council. I think that's an interest I need to declare. Thank you.
Henry, if you're here, I think you are. I think I've seen your name. Could you please clarify that for Councillor Miller?
Well, I think in the context of this meeting, it is going to be personal, yes.
Excellent, thank you. Anybody else? I can't see any other hands up, so we'll move on. Thank you. Agenda item 5, matters of urgency. Oh, Councillor Chapman's hand just went up and went back down again.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm also a director of Sideshaw, so I would like to register my personal interest.
Excellent, thank you. Have we taken a note of that, Sue?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, agenda item 5, matters of urgency. As far as I'm aware, there are no matters of urgency that have been identified. Is that still the case, Sue?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you. Agenda item 6, confidential exempt items. As far as I'm aware, again, there are no confidential items to be discussed. Is that still correct, Sue?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you. Agenda item 7, draft revenue and capital budget 2022 to 2023. I believe that Simon Davey is in attendance to present his report. So the report in your agenda presents the draft revenue and capital budgets for 2022/23 as adopted by Cabinet on the 5th of January 2022. The Scrutiny and Overview Committees are asked to consider that draft budget and make recommendations for Cabinet to consider on the 2nd of February 2022 when making their final budget proposals to recommend to Council. Can I please invite Simon Davey to present his report?
Thank you, Chair. If I can go through the main budget report as it was presented to Cabinet, and I apologise for those members who've already heard this spiel by me, but I'd like to just highlight some key aspects of the proposed draft budget for next year. The main report starts on page 15 of your agenda papers. The main area I wish to focus on is the general fund budget. As I stated to Cabinet, this has been a particularly challenging budget to prepare this year for the Cabinet and also for particularly portfolio holders and officers as well. The report before you highlights we started with a £700,000 deficit that we identified in our medium-term financial plan. So that's basically our services as is, delivering as we do at the moment, looking at the expenditure of those services and then looking at the income available to the council. So before we started the budget process, we knew our medium-term financial plan was showing a £700,000 deficit. So we were going to be spending more than we had available to us. But in addition, and you'll see these in the report, we've had a number of recent cost pressures also to contend with. The overall draft budget position is outlined in 2.8 of your report, which is on page 18 of your agenda. So if I just cover off 2.8 and 2.9, so the draft budget proposed and adopted by Cabinet does require £323,000 to be taken from the general fund balance. So putting together all the budget estimates, working from the bottom up, we've got a position whereby we still require to take £323,000 from the general fund balance. It's estimated that we'll retain the fund within the adopted range, so that's the good news. But by not addressing the deficit figure, it does put our general fund balance towards the lower end of that range and gives us less flexibility in year to approve additional items of expenditure or any risks that might come forward. In 2.9 of the report, during the budget process, consideration needs to be given of a proposal that came forward in terms of through the budget setting group, through the finance portfolio teams, and also now through when we took the report through Cabinet, in terms of considering the proposal that was to increase the prime car parks to £1.20, that's been agreed by Council last year in April 22, to whether that should actually be increased to £1.50. And there is a report attached to my report that considers that when it went to the Scrutiny and Cabinet Committee. So when the draft proposal was put to Cabinet, there was a positive recommendation that the draft budget should include that additional income that's been estimated at £339,000 by increasing those 19 car parks to £1.50 instead of £1.20. So what that does is change the position. So when the draft budget paper was presented, we needed £323,000 from the general fund balance and would also add to that deficit that we needed to find in 23-24. If members through the budget process agree to that £1.50 increase, that then balances off the budget and there's no call on the general fund. But I'll take you through in a bit more detail. On page 19 of your agenda is a summary of the general fund position. So that looks at each of the portfolios budgets presented, compares this year's to next year's. And that position, if you look at 2.12, actually shows a £55 surplus. So the base budget and the budget book that you have attached to your papers and members may have gone through would show a surplus of £55,000. However, there are a number of key cost elements that have come through, and these are these items I was saying in my introduction in terms of new items that have come through that we have to contend with within the budget. So if you take that 55,000 surplus, but what isn't included in that figure is the bullet points I've got in 2.12. So you've got the recycling and refuse contract. So negotiations are happening at the moment with Suez. Reports will come back to Cabinet and Council very shortly in terms of options for members to consider. But it's very clear that the point we're in the contract, there will be a significant uplift in annual costs in connection with that contract. At the moment, the proposal is looking at £1.2 million per year, a significant increase. And that's in connection with the number of property growth in the area, but also the demand that's placed on the service in terms of recycling and the cost of collecting that recycling. So within the budget for 22-23, I'm suggesting we need to include a budget of between 400 and 600,000 because the changes will come in partway through the year. And I'm estimating they will be in that order, but full details will come through to Cabinet and Council. So from that £55,000 surplus, we've got to consider additional costs of 400 to 600,000 for the recycling and refuse contract. Also with negotiations and considerations with LED, in the base budget, we've included the normal 894,000, which was the sum that was allowed for before the pandemic. Since then, members have agreed significant additional sums for LED in order to keep the service running. Those proposals from LED will come forward through the LED forum, so it won't be in time for the budget setting. What's being indicated by LED is that they can produce a budget of 894 and they will present that to the LED forum, but that will have service degradation within it. So what I'm allowing within the budget is a sum between 50 and 100,000 so that members can consider what the options are regarding that LED contract. The final one I'd like to highlight to you is Council have agreed to an authority-wide independent pay review. That's taking place at the moment. Again, that should come through to Cabinet and Council probably the end of February time when Council set the budget. But timing wise, we don't know those numbers in terms of bringing them into the draft budget. But it's clear from initial findings that East Devon is no longer sort of a medium payer in some of our key areas. So I'm allowing, based on those assessments, of between 300 and 500 that we need to add in to the budget for that as well. So if you take all those items, what I'm suggesting is considering the risks involved and also during negotiations that members will be involved with, the options presented, we will try and reach the objectives we want through those, but try and limit the amount we're paying on those particular items. So I'm suggesting we allow in the budget 75% sort of risk factor in terms of those bandings, which then comes to a sum of just over £1 million we need to add into the budget. So if you take the 55 credit that we got at the moment, add those items in, you're into a deficit of just over £1 million in our general fund budget. However, since updating the report, we've had the final settlement from government, or provisional settlement from government, which does give us additional income of 710,000 to add into the budget. So that gives us the number I was quoting at the beginning of taking from the general fund balance 323,000. But if we adopt the suggestion by Cabinet in the budget proposal of increasing the car park charges, you're basically at a balanced budget position with nothing coming from the general fund. So if I could just take you through some further elements. A key factor I need to highlight to members, and I'm sure you've picked up through the report, is the budget has been produced on a as-is basis in terms of service delivery, but service leads in some of our key areas are highlighting resource implications. They're highlighting key pressures in terms of their teams, and in order to deliver services as is and items within the council plan, they require more additional staff resources. Those are highlighted in 2.14 of the report and go through each of the areas where these have been raised by the service leads. And in addition, there are linked reports to my report that service leads have given you more detail and information about those resource requirements. Just to highlight, currently those are not in the budget. They're unaffordable. We've set a balanced budget. If any of those items go in, you won't be presenting a balanced budget. They're unaffordable unless you find additional income or you find reductions in other areas. So at the moment, just to be clear, those are not included in the budget. The requests have come through from Street Scene asking for an additional 285 in the base budget. And the reason I'm sort of highlighting base budget is it's not just a one-off. If these are talking about increases in our resources that will be in next year's budget, but will be in the budget then on. So it does increase our medium-term financial plan gap as we go forward. So you've got Street Scene at 285, proposals from environmental health and car parks between 250 and 300,000, development management 129,000, and then a very modest ask from arts and culture at 23,000, a net figure. So the reason I'm saying they're unaffordable is with all those items, if they've been placed within the budget, that would add £737,000, which is a position that I couldn't accept in terms of recommending a budget to you that we could go forward with. Also within the paper in 2.16 is a request that came forward for 60,000 a year for council voluntary service. And again, there's a description of what the objectives are trying to be reached through that within the report. And also there's an attached paper explaining that in more detail. And then finally, a request of 50,000 for a detailed tree strategy was also requested, and again, is not included in the budget. So that's the main budget in terms of service elements. Just briefly to touch upon some other key elements. Council tax. So within the draft budget, a £5 per annum increase has been included. So that takes East Devon District Council's council tax for the current year of £151.78 for a Band D property per year to £156.78. So that's a 3.29% increase. So that has been included in the budget and is at the maximum that's allowed under the government referendum rules, and is also the sum that government assumes East Devon will be getting in from council tax. So in its assumptions, it assumes East Devon will raise its council tax to that level. Just to highlight, the report covers off the general fund balance, and I've already sort of covered that off, that at the moment, without the car park increase, that took 323,000 from the general fund balance. We're predicting at the end of 21-22, so the current year would be down to 3.4 million on the general fund balance. To take another 323,000 from it brings us to a figure of 3.160. Our adopted range is between 3 million and 3.8. So at 3,160,000, you're right down at that bottom level of your general fund balance. So it only gives you 160,000 for anything that comes up in year in terms of additional items or any risks that might occur. If you drop below that 3 million, then I need to bring a report back to Cabinet and Council about how we stop doing things to allow us to keep our balance at a level that we need for other emergencies that may occur. The report covers off in 2.2, the car park charges and links to the various reports that are already there. Just to highlight, the car park charge is going up at the moment as per council's approved at £1.20 in April 2022. Car park charges haven't gone up for 10 years. We've had to deal with inflation within that period, and also within that period, VAT is now applicable on off-street car parking. So 20% of all our income goes off to government in terms of VAT charges, and that's new from when we last upped our car park charges, if you like. Business rates, just to highlight, we're still doing well on business rates, if you like, and there's an additional £2 million within our budget over and above, in terms of income, over and above what the government's assessment of our level of business rates are. So that's additional growth and collection rates, etc., whereby we're allowing an extra 2 million of business rate income within our budget. New homes bonus, we've got a figure that we've been given now for 22-23 of 2.1 million. conforming with normal practice. 1.5 is going into the general fund to help the budget. The remaining is going into capital to help fund the capital programme. There's a big risk, as there is with business rates going forward, in that the government have stated again that they are reviewing both business rate income and new homes bonus, but we've got the figures now for 22-23 and they're included in the draft budget. The remainder of the report, in terms of the general fund, talks about what the future looks like, but I won't cover that off at this point. I'll bring further reports back to Cabinet Council, overview scrutiny in terms of the medium-term financial plan. But if members have read that, they'll realise there are significant financial implications within future years and how the council can balance its budgets. That's the general fund covered, and the main elements I wanted to highlight to members. The remaining part of the report covers off the housing revenue account. That'll be debated by the Housing Review Board in detail, but just to give overview and scrutiny committee members reassurance that the budget proposed actually creates a surplus. It keeps our balances within the adopted range is comfortably. There are decisions to be made in terms of the balances that are held on the housing revenue account and where priorities lie in terms of that expenditure. And then finally, the report covers off the capital programme, whereby a lot of work was covered off by the budget setting and allocation panel. They went through in a lot of detail in terms of all the bids that came through on capital. Those recommendations went through Cabinet and were approved, and those recommendations are those that reflected in the capital programme that's been presented. The implications of funding the capital programme have been built in to the general fund position, so they're included. So other than that, Chair, and questions, that's the main elements I wanted to highlight. Members will have to consider their recommendations on the budget, and I suggest that that's sort of the final session of your meeting in terms of hearing the various service plans, hearing the implications within the service plans, but bearing in mind when you make this final recommendations what I've covered off in terms of the difficulties and the challenges in this year's budget. And members need to keep in mind the overall budget position of the council when making their final recommendations to Cabinet, who will then make their recommendations on to council for the end of February when we set the final budget and council tax. So I'm happy to take any questions, Chair.
Thank you, Simon. And thank you for all of your hard work on that. I know it's not the most joyful piece of work that you have to do. It is now intended to have an open discussion on the budget, and the monitoring officer will make a note of any proposed changes and amendments as we go through this item. He will then read them all out on block at the end. I will then invite members of the two committees separately to vote in favour, against, or to abstain from what is put forward. Okay, this worked well at the joint scrutiny and overview events last year and helped keep up the momentum of the debate. So I have got quite a few hands up, but what I would like to do is I would like to go to the portfolio holder for finance, Councillor Jack Rowland, first. And then I know that Councillor Miller's hand was up like a rocket, but I would like to go to the portfolio holder first. So Jack, if you would like to speak first, please.
That's very kind of you. Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Simon, for your succinct report. I just wanted to stress as a portfolio holder for finance, a couple of points that he did touch on. One is in respect of the general fund reserve. If we end up taking it down to 3.160 million, that is getting very close to the minimum that we need. And obviously going into future budget years, it's just not a sustainable position to be able to continue to raid the general fund reserve. So that it's not sustainable going into future years. One of the biggest impacts that's had on our budget is how much support we've agreed to give to LED, about how they've been impacted over the course of the pandemic. And we're talking to the tune of £1.6 million. Now that's come solely from East Devon District Council funds. And we have been making pleas through via our MPs and through to central government, because if those services provided by LED had been provided from within our own resources, then we would have been able to claim a lot more support from central government. So there's been this inequality between how that particular subject has been tackled by central government. As I said, we are making pleas, and if we were to be successful, and it is a very slim chance, I've got to be honest, about receiving any further funds back from that, that would help considerably in terms of the budget situation. Touching on to the car parks, about the increase for the prime car parks of £1.50 an hour and increasing by 10 pence in future years. At face value, a 50% increase almost sounds unpalatable. But Simon mentioned, and I want to reinforce this, there's been no increase for 10 years. And during that 10 years, the actual, apart from the inflation aspect, the introduction of the 20% VAT has actually reduced the income even further. And I know there's been protests from local authorities about that VAT imposition, but again, that has fallen on stony ground. So if you're bearing in mind the inflation over that period and the imposition of that 20% VAT, I think by explaining to the general public why it is a 50% increase becomes much more palatable. And when you compare what a lot of the adjoining authorities are charging for car parks, it is still very much a reasonable cost. So that's the points I wanted to reinforce in terms of what Simon's already said. So thank you, Chair, for giving me the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rowland. Okay, I understand, Sue, that I believe it's Councillor Miller to speak next.
It is, Chair, yes.
Excellent, thank you.
Thanks, Chair. We've had various officer reports on the issue of car parking tariffs, but not one of them, I believe, gave members a benchmarking exercise so we could look at what other authorities adjoined to us charge and also how they do it. So in a report that took me several hours to research and write, and which I'd done 2 years ago, I can confirm the following if members are unaware. If you want to park in an Exeter City Council prime off-street car park for an hour, you are charged £2.10, and that includes town centre high street car parks like Topsham. If you want to park in a mid-Devon prime off-street car park for an hour, you are charged £2. If you want to park in a Timbridge prime off-street car park for an hour, you are charged £2. And in East Devon, we are currently charging £1. The Timbridge model is one which works and one which I propose this council adopt. They charge £2 an hour in their tourist prime location car parks, such as Dawlish, Warren and Teignmouth. In Newton Abbot, near their high streets, they charge £1.40 an hour. I believe this model is financially, economically and socially advantageous because it means in peak season, council revenue is accrued by visitors, while residents are somewhat protected. High streets, which we know are rife for investment, we know often have poor public transport provision linking into them, are somewhat protected also. There are 5 Category 1 car parks, which I believe we can confidently propose are popular tourist hotspot car parks. They are Exmouth Queen's Drive, Exmouth Queen's Drive Echelon, Exmouth Beach Gardens, Budley Lime Kiln and Sidmouth Ham East and West. By ensuring that we are charging consistently with our neighbouring authorities, we are ensuring, like them, we can invest in maintaining our core statutory services, such as street scene, while also doing things that matter just as much, but are discretionary in the legal sense, such as funding arts and culture, which will bring more economic prosperity to our area over time. So what I'm proposing is that's 5 car parks we should put up to £2 and another 13 up to £1.50, because there are 18 Category 1 car parks in total. And just to prove that there isn't a parochial bone in my body, 3 of the 5 car parks I propose to go up to £2 are in Exmouth. I wouldn't propose this without reasonable certainty in my mind that the benefits vastly outweigh any drawbacks. I mean, I've spoken to Councillor Whibley, who is not on the committee, but served as I did on the car park in Taff. And we believe with these proposals, we don't need the cumbersome and awkward 10p annual increases. To give an idea of how much this may generate, only 2 members of this authority, Councillor Hawkins and myself, in our capacity as directors of Sideshaw last year have had the unique experience of seeing an EDDC managed car park charge £2 an hour at Sideshore. Nobody complained about it, and the significant revenue that has generated for the project with the council has been fantastic, with the council taking a decent management fee. In the year 2021-2022, Queen's Drive Exmouth Community Limited Company, Community Interest Company, sorry, reported 76,000 net car parking revenue for 41 car parking spaces, even though it did not have a full year of operation. Our conservative projections are 100,000 for the following year. Now, I'm not going to repeat Councillor Ingham's comments yesterday at strategic planning about flying to the moon, but I believe this proposal, if passed, will give our S151 officer the opportunity to estimate what this will provide the authority for other much needed projects. Then we can look to include items which are currently listed as rejected in priority order, because they are extremely important. In fact, if I were to list the priorities, I'd go for the request for the box office assistant at Manor Pavilion under the arts and culture umbrella, much needed resourcing for street scene, and our tree strategy as joint number one priorities. We then have the other proposed items which are important too. To critics from concerned local businesses and disgruntled residents, we can be confident that we are charging no more on average, if we go for this proposal, than any of our neighbouring authorities. In fact, raising the shopping car parks to £1.50 an hour in category 1, it will be 60p cheaper to park for an hour in Exmouth and Sidmouth than it is in Topsham. So I'm seeking here to tweak Cabinet's good proposals to allow this council significant extra money immediately from April 2022 in a straightforward way which we can explain and justify. In my view, we must lance this boil, and finally, to ensure that local residents are protected, get an affordable monthly permit in place as a top priority. And therefore, my final proposal is that a working draft of the car parking strategy be presented to the next overview committee, a working draft, as we need a speedy adoption of this. So thank you for your time, Chair, and I've emailed my proposals to the monitoring officer to be read out at the end of the debate. Thanks.
Excellent, thank you. Henry?
Chair, yeah, I think he needs to read them out now, and it needs to be a sense check whether there is a general agreement for them to come forward, please.
Okay,
I have got them, but yes, I think he ought to read them out now.
No, that's fine. Councillor Miller? Councillor Miller? I've lost him.
Sorry, Chair, I was hoping Henry would do that on my behalf, so I'm going to have to just look at my emails very quickly because I did email them to him, and I'll just read them out. So no problem.
Thank you.
So my proposals, the Overview and Scrutiny Committee recommend that Council adopt a £2 an hour charge for a limited number of popular tourist hotspot car parks within Category 1. Exmouth Queen's Drive Echelon, Budley Lime Kiln, and Ham East and West from April 2022. Number 2, Council adopt a £1.50 an hour charge for all other Category 1 car parks from April 2022, but avoid the 10p per year charge for the subsequent 3 years to prevent damage to vulnerable high street businesses. Number 3, the Cabinet then review other budgetary requests, for example, tree strategy and street scene, which are currently marked as rejected in line with potential new estimated budget forecasts. And number 4, that the Overview Scrutiny Committee further requests that a working draft of the car parking strategy be presented to the next Overview Committee in order to set timescales for speedy adoption. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. And Henry, please clarify, we do need a seconder for that now, don't we?
Well, I think it'd be. I think it would be appropriate, but on the other hand, you're going to have probably a bit of debate on this, I imagine. So I think there might be an element of just seeing how it pans out, and whether there's a general support for it or not.
Okay.
Just because I'm conscious of how this is probably likely to be one of the most emotive topics that's discussed today, I suspect.
I'm a bit concerned we're going to end up with 20 proposals.
Well, yeah, you might want to. Can we just see how that pans out? I mean, I think it will be the topic of conversation. Can I just check, though, that, Councillor Mayor, I think you, in the one you sent to me, you mentioned Exmouth foxholes as well. I'm not sure I heard you read that out.
I actually meant Exmouth Beach Gardens, apologies. That's the one that's in Category 1, not foxholes.
Exmouth Beach
Apologies.
Gardens. Okay.
Yeah, please note that down. Sorry, Henry.
Yeah. Okay, no worries.
Excellent, thank you. Thank you, Henry. Thank you, Councillor Miller. Sue, please could you clarify who's next on our list?
Councillor Tom Wright.
Excellent. Councillor Wright, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Two things. The second thing I want to raise in respect of what Councillor Miller has just said. I've never believed in assumptions. When Simon gave us that very clear message of what the situation is, he referred to the likely increases needed to meet the upcoming pay review. Did that also take into account, and I suspect it did, but I'd like some confirmation. Did that take into account and did it consider the increase to the costs of the 7 or so new members of staff, which are under the wishes of our various service leads? That's the one question which Simon can answer. And coming back to Councillor Miller's proposal, I noticed that he said, in view of the extra income derived from his suggestions, certain other aspects of the budget could be reconsidered as to whether we can afford them. I'm just wondering if a proviso could also be that any increase is taken into account when we're considering our full toilet review, because if there is significant extra income derived from that, it might very well have a bearing on how much of our toilets we can continue to finance. That's all I want to say. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Simon, are you happy for me to come back to you to answer Councillor Wright's question?
Yep, certainly, Chair. So the assumption in terms of the additional resource requests haven't been factored into the budget at all, including the pay review calculation. However, what I will say is, in terms of those numbers, it won't be material to that number that I've allowed to 300 to 500,000. So the additional staff, although not included, if they were included, wouldn't materially affect that sort of budget level.
Thank you for that. That's fine. Thank you, Simon.
Thank you, Simon. Thank you, Councillor Wright. Sue, who's next on our list, please?
Councillor Cahill.
Councillor Cahill, please. Thank you, Sue.
Thank you, Chair. So a question for Mr. Davey on recycling. I'm led to believe many years ago, when we first started recycling service in East Devon, that we had a penalty clause written into the contract at the time. Can someone tell me, do we have a penalty clause written into the current contract with the current service provider for recycling, please?
Do you want me to answer that, Chair?
Yes, please. That would be lovely. Thank you.
Yes, there is a penalty calculator and performance monitoring section of the contract. There's several KPIs and metrics which relate, such as missed bins, contractor complaints, and there's a level of those complaints which are acceptable within the contract, above which penalty points and costs, penalties start accruing. We monitor a graph of this over time, and we take that to the Partnership Monitoring Board. We haven't actually invoked those penalty clauses to date in the new contract for a number of reasons. First of all, when Suez at the start in mobilisation were over the allowed threshold, we gave them some freedom there because of the mobilisation, and we wanted to work together in the spirit of partnership, which is also written into the contract. And then more recently, through the pandemic, they invoked a force majeure clause, which meant we weren't able to levy the penalties, and we wouldn't have wanted to in any case, because they have been working, doing their utmost to make those collections. That force majeure was rescinded summertime last year, so we are tracking the performance of the penalty calculator again.
Can I just come back with a further question then to Mr. Hancock, Chair?
You may.
Could you provide me then with the amount of money we may have collected from the previous contract to the current one in penalty clauses?
The previous contract, Councillor Cahill, didn't have penalty penalties within it because it was a cost plus 10% open book contract. So I can't do that. What we can do is provide you with the graph and the amalgamated monies that we track for the current penalty calculator.
In which case, have we ever collected any penalties from any contractors since the start of recycling?
Not that I'm aware, no.
So we've had penalty clauses in place, but we've never collected any money for any lack of service.
We've only had penalty clauses in place since 2016, not prior to that. So that we need to be clear on that. And what takes priority in the contract is that we have a partnership clause whereby both parties attempt to work in partnership to resolve service issues. The penalty monitoring section is very much just that, to keep us monitoring those penalties and where we're at with performance. And the partnership board hasn't deemed it appropriate to apply those penalties so far.
Okay, thanks for answering my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Cagle. Thank you for your answers. Sue, who's next on our list, please? I know that your list comes up slightly differently to mine. That's why I keep referring to you, because otherwise we're going to be at 6s and 7s.
That's fine, Chair. It's Councillor Bailey.
Excellent. Councillor Bailey, please.
Good morning. Thank you very much. Thank you for your report, Simon. Can I just ask you one quick question before I go on to make some other comments? The tree strategy, is that a one-off payment, Simon?
Simon, feel free to answer.
Yes. Sorry, Chair. I was trying to get off mute. Yes, it is a one-off payment.
Thank you. Okay. So I could have actually... Councillor Miller could have read my mind, because when I was looking at the papers, and I haven't discussed this with Councillor Miller, but it really seems to me that we're not putting up our car parking charges enough. I think I look at those requests for additional funds from street scene and from environmental health and development management, and I'm really concerned that our services are buckling under the pressure of increased work for a whole variety of reasons. And I'm really worried that if we don't support our services and support our officers who are in those services, we're going to see a reduction in the quality of service. We're going to see people leaving and ultimately worse outcomes for our residents. And certainly, for instance, in terms of street scene, I feel really lucky that as a member, I don't have many complaints about street scene, and I'm certain that in other authorities that's a very, very different picture. So I would really like the council, and I'm not on this committee, so I can't vote or anything, but if I was, I would be very much supporting increasing our car parking charges. We need to really grasp the nettle, and Councillor Miller's outlined the adjoining council's car parking charges, and it really galls me that in the summer particularly our prime car parks are packed full of tourists and we're not getting the income that we should be. And I didn't agree last year that the car parking increase to £1.20 should be postponed. And I most definitely think £1.50 is not enough. And I think I slightly differ, because I think that Exeter City, their first hour in their prime car parks is £3.30 an hour. So I cannot understand. I think there's not many ways that we can go about increasing our income apart from really making a significant increase in their car parking charges. And I don't think that would put us out of step at all with our neighbouring authorities, as Councillor Miller suggests. So I'm very much in favour of that. And as far as the tree strategy is concerned, that's unlike the other items. That is a one-off. The council has agreed it. It is really important. It's no good making, saying nice words about climate change. And actually one of the most important features in our district is the trees. We commit to something and then we don't follow through with it. And I think that would be a real shame. So I hope very much that the committee will recommend to Cabinet or to Council that the one-off payment should be made for that tree strategy. And I also hope that the car parking charges will be significantly increased to keep our services and to support our officers and to maintain the quality of what's happening in our district. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bailey. Sue, on our list of hands up, do you think we'd be best off going to those outside of the group first, outside of scrutiny overview, and then coming back in? Because I think that might be the easiest way to work. Do you agree?
Yes, probably, Chair. Yeah, you've got.
So who on your list is not on scrutiny overview and has their hand up?
Okay, we've got Councillor Young to start with.
Councillor Young, then, please. Thank you, Sue.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, regarding the sewers contract, it's this stick and carrot question that does come up regularly. We do have partnership meetings. All members are invited to the meetings, and we do invite questions to come forward prior to the meetings. Our recycling and waste partners have done a fantastic job over the last 2 years. We're now 9th in the country. We're number 1 on the amount of the least amount of waste that we take to the incinerator. Nothing goes to landfill, and it would be very unpopular, I think, that we would penalise sewers for what they've managed to do over the last 2 years. Regarding the street scene, if only we had the money to pay for everything our officers wanted, I'd be a very happy man. Basically, we're living off immoral earnings, I feel. If it wasn't for income from new homes bonus, SIL and 106 payments for new developments, we would not be able to run our must-have services. To me, we should use our income from rates and fees on services we are required and are expected to provide, such as street cleaning, emptying the bins, and the extra money that comes in from the requirement of building all these new houses should be paying for new facilities and the nice to haves. How can we do that when we're unable to increase rates by much more than a few percent points? Even if we were allowed to, this would be most unpopular with the expected high costs of energy expected shortly, and the residents' finances are unstable following the COVID emergency. I've got a lot of respect for our local MPs, but the government need to stop partying and wake up to the fact that running a district council with seaside resorts has extra expenses. Levelling up funding was promised, but not arrived yet. But remember, there are two sides to levelling up. If some councils get the levelling up, others get the opposite, levelling down. Let's hope we get some uppers soon, as they are vitally needed. Keeping our streets clean in an urban environment is fairly simple, but keeping our resorts, towns, fronts sparkling takes a lot more effort. It's like catering for a football crowd every day through the season, and in Devon we have the longest tourist season throughout the country. Clearing rubbish and ensuring safety are paramount, and this year we expect even more tons of rubbish to be picked up, plus our beach safety costs have increased due to the popularity of the staycations. We cannot charge a tourist tax, nor expect our ratepayers to pay more. So what can we increase to help contribute to pay for the upkeeping of our holiday hotspots? Car parks at these locations seem to be the sensible and obvious way to do this. The increase is much less than on ice cream. Just to give you an example, Mars bars cost 28p in 2000, and they are now 78 pence. I'm told, I don't buy them now, and they are 28% smaller. Our car parks have not risen in the last 10 years, so it's about time our car parks were increased to help with their own maintenance and to keep up and help provide the smart and clean promenades and streets of our beautiful towns. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. And, other chocolate bars are obviously available. Who's next on our list then, Sue, please? Who's outside of overview and scrutiny?
Councillor Brown.
Excellent. Councillor Brown then, please.
Thank you. Yeah, when I was chairman of the parking TEF, I had some figures done regarding income from car parks. And if we were to increase the car parks to £1.50 in the prime locations, we would end up getting £565,000 extra on the assumption that parking levels stayed the same. If we was to increase all car parks to £1.20, which was the recommendation, we would then get £540,000, which is £25,000 less. But if we was to adopt, and I've just worked these figures out, and Simon will correct me if I'm wrong, no doubt, if we was to increase it to £2, as suggested by Councillor Miller, that would work out on top of that an extra £656,000. So that would give you over £500,000 extra on top of the 500 you're talking about raising.
Does that take into account the VAT that we have to pay?
That takes VAT off, yes. That's less the VAT, which is 20%. So, to be fair, you can't just pick on one person. If it's £500,000 you need to raise, you could raise all the car parks by 120 and get that figure in.
Simon, would you like to come back on that? I know that technically you're not a councillor, so whether you're named or not, but would you like to come back on those figures?
Thank you, Chair. Andrew Ennis may want to comment as well at this point, or you can bring him in when you feel appropriate. In terms of the numbers, some of those numbers I recognise, the Councillor Brown quoted. So the £500,000 figure in terms of the £1.50, I recognise from the original reports that went through to Scrutiny and Cabinet. The 200,000 is already in our base budget. So that's the raising to the £1.20 level. The additional 300,000 we're talking about now is raising those 19 car parks to £1.50. So that's as set out in the report. So the additional increases, I think we will take a sense of how the meeting goes and the recommendations, but it feels that we need to be able to document what our estimates are on the various proposals and present them back to Cabinet for consideration, because clearly there is, I think the proposal put forward by Councillor Miller was in terms of five particular car parks increased by £2, £1.50 for the remaining ones as set out in the report. So to me, that probably would add another, off the top of my head, 200,000 to 300,000 possibly, but it is the element that Andrew Ennis will warn members about in terms of what will be customer reaction, what assumptions can we make, and also the consultation process that we would need to go through to increase the charges with Devon County as well. I think at the £1.50 level we would be comfortable. Like I say, £2 brilliant from a budget point of view, but I would like some input from Andrew Ennis if he's happy to give that.
Thank you. I've got lots of other hands up as well, but Andrew, I would like to give you the opportunity if you'd like to speak now, unless you'd like to hold off until all the other questions have been asked and you're making a note on a massive piece of paper on what you need to answer.
No, Chair, I'm happy to come in now if that's okay with you. As ever, my role is to advise, which is what I'm happy to do. I think I've been saying for some time we have got some headroom in our car parking tariffs. There is opportunity to raise extra revenue. I just want to amplify what Simon said about we don't know exactly how customers are going to react. But if I were a betting man, it's just a number of customers won't be very happy with it. Typically, customers will either avoid paying charges and risk fines, or they'll find another way of doing it. which might be good from a climate emergency point of view. They might stop using their cars, they might walk or use a bus, but equally they may choose to park for less time. The strategy of doubling prices, for example, from £1 to £2 might mean some customers think, well, I'm only going to pay £1 and I'll stay for half the time. So it's documented elsewhere that there is potentially an impact on town centre economies and wider knock-on effects of this strategy. And the outcome may be, best case, that we get an extra 100% income if we double from £1 to £2, but that's the best case. More realistically, we won't get as much income as we expect, and we could even potentially get less. So that's the health warning that goes with all of that. But ultimately, I am content or confident to advise you that there is headroom. And I think certainly going to £1.50 an hour, we've tested, we've thought about, and we've discussed for the last couple of years. I think we're probably ready for that. I think that's probably a sensible move. Whether we're ready for £2, I honestly don't know. We might be. Certainly there's scope elsewhere. The sites we've heard about from Councillor Miller in Devon for sure. I'm aware of similar issues around Somerset and Dorset. My local car park used to be £2 all day. It went up last year to £8 all day. A number of people reacted, but as far as I can see, the car park's still full. So visitors are still happy to swallow those big increases. Final caveat, I think, is just bear in mind the legality of this. And again, Henry might make a further comment, but under the legislation that we operate our car parks under, we can't simply raise our charges for the purpose of raising money. It's a tool for managing car parks. We've got to think about the demand and what our price increase might do to that demand. And the last thing we're allowed to do is to displace demand onto the street, which causes on-street congestion. We've generally maintained a situation where long-term parking is cheaper in off-street car parks than it is on the street. If we go to, say, £2 an hour in Exmouth's Queen's Drive, currently the parking offer on the street on Queen's Drive would be significantly cheaper. I've had a conversation, as Simon hinted at, with the County Council already, and they would be in a position where they wouldn't object to us increasing, and they would probably then increase their on-street tariff accordingly. But they haven't yet heard about going to £2 an hour. I don't know if that might be a step too far or not. I think before we implement it, we'd have to get into that consultation with them to make sure we're looking at the bigger picture and then we're not acting unlawfully. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you. Okay, who's next on our list, Sue, please?
Councillor Arnott.
Councillor Arnott, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I'd just like to preface my remarks by thanking Mr. Davey in particular for, as Councillor Rowland said, a very clear, concise, helpful analysis of where we are. And I'd just like to, and with thanks to you for allowing me to speak, just add in a few extra points that come out of what's been said since Simon gave his report. Councillor Miller's idea is exciting. That sounds patronising. If only we could just do it. Maybe we can. But as Mr. Ennis has just pointed out, you know, the algorithms on this aren't as straightforward as they may seem. We may lose people in particular car parks. Now, probably we can be quite confident about the main seafront tourist destination car parks. Sidmouth members may say something different about the car parks in Sidmouth, for example, though. We, I would say, simply cannot squeeze too hard on any town centre car parks at the moment that are near to shopping or economically important areas. At this very moment, that would be perceived as very detrimental to their interests and the public interest. And I think this is why the idea came up of, certainly with the prime car parks, of going to 150 and then putting 10p a year on after that to sort of taper that in, so to speak. But it's an interesting idea, and I'll really be interested to hear how this is discussed. Councillor Rowland made the point, and it's implicit in what our officers are saying, that there is and has been for decades, but particularly the last decade, a fundamental flaw in the structure of local government finance. And Councillor Young compared this amusingly to living off immoral earnings. And I can see what he means. We have a sort of rather strange portfolio of financial sources that our S151 officer rather brilliantly stitches together into a tapestry of managing to afford what we need to give our residents year after year. But that in itself, at a national government level, it just isn't sustainable. We've got to do this a different way. And the reason I say that is to come to the principal point I would wish to make, Chair. We have been on a promise from the Chancellor since around about June 2020 that authorities that provide their leisure services externally rather than internally would catch up with the authorities who provide services internally and have had around about, I believe, 80% of their losses covered by the government. Now, we have been asking to be treated equally to that, and there is no democratic reason or any other logical reasons for us not to be so. Since that time, I'm not sure whether the figure is 1.6 million or 1.9 million, but that's our problem on this budget at the moment. Now, fortunately, to be positive about this, and has been indicated, we have written to our MPs. The CEO and I wrote a definitive letter to them within the last 2 weeks. And that is the principal ask. Can you please go and have a chat with Mr. Sunak and see if we can get that money out? Mr. Gove, perhaps, either way. But here's the thing. If that money is not forthcoming, that is a betrayal of the people of East Devon. Now, luckily, we've got the time, not much, but in the coming days and weeks and month or so, for that promise to be made good. And that would then hugely help where we sit across the crucial asks within the budget. Now, personally, I think if you look at the ones that are currently unaffordable, we need them all. We need them all. But I would wish to come in behind Andrew Hancock and say, my God, we need street scene, that 285k, because that budget, that service has been, as Councillor Bailey has said, as Councillor Young has rightly said, as the portfolio holder, has been unbelievable. I mean, they've been operating in neo-wartime conditions for nearly 2 years now. And although the occasional collection has been missed, they have been dealing with the most extraordinary pandemic phenomenon, but they've also been dealing with something which government has not addressed, which is that we are increasing our population. We are told, oh, you need to build 900 new homes every year. Well, we do that. And good for us and good for previous administrations for keeping up with that. But we're not getting any help with the extra costs of providing street scene services in particular to those homes and communities. So that is the situation as I see it there. And again, interested to hear the remainder of the discussion. Finally, on a positive note, and just going to Councillor Bailey's point, really, in the last 18 months or so, we have appointed officers absolutely dealing with the climate action and green agenda. And I think we're all agreed now that climate action and green agenda, particularly post-Glasgow, isn't virtue signalling. It's not just sort of, let's all do this, let's climb up trees and lock ourselves on. This is critical economically as well. So we've got a new ecology officer, we've got a climate action officer. They are playing a full role, or will play a full role, I'm sure, within management considerations as we go forward. We have a mental health officer now. Now, again, I'm sure there would have been more reactionary elements nationally, perhaps even on this council, who said, oh, mental health officer, why do you need that? Well, if you don't know the answer to that now, you haven't been paying attention for the last 2 years. We've got an officer now, absolutely critical role to project management, how Exmouth moves forward. We've been waiting for that for a year, and I'm delighted that that's been appointed. And we are working with the other districts, which is why I think some of Councillor Miller's analysis is really appropriate here. We do now exist under this informal umbrella of Team Devon with the other districts, and it feels in meetings, and I'll have one at 2 today, it does feel as if we are, and as Andrew Ennis has said, we do have headroom on these car park charges if we can do it imaginatively. But again, to back what Andrew has said firmly, A doesn't necessarily lead you to B by jacking these charges up too fast, and it does need real thought. Anyway, Chair, that's the last you'll hear from me today, Chair. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Shall I hold you to that, Councillor Arnott? We've got 10 people that I can see left to speak on this subject that have their hands at the moment, 2 of which aren't on scrutiny or overview. So I think what we'll do, because obviously we've been talking about this for nearly an hour now, and I think it's something that could actually just go on all day by itself. And obviously we've got other things we need to discuss. So I think if we go with the 2 people that aren't on scrutiny overview first, and then go to the ones that are on scrutiny overview, because obviously this is something we're discussing, we're then going to put forward back to Cabinet. And then it's going to go to full council, and I guarantee it will get discussed at both of those as well. So I've got, Sue, if you can correct me if I'm wrong, Councillor Faithful and Councillor Dent that aren't on scrutiny overview, but which one came first on the list?
Councillor Faithful, Chair.
Excellent. Councillor Faithful, please.
Thank you, Chair. I remember when we were growing up, the seafront car parks, you go for a day out on the beach, and what you got for a day out on the beach was you got car park, beach and toilets, and that was like a package. That's what you did. You brought a picnic with you. So I don't see that there's be a problem with people paying whatever a reasonable figure is, bearing in mind what Andrew Ennis has just been explaining. I don't know what it would be for an all-day ticket on the car park, but even if £2 is too much, I don't see what's wrong with £1.75, which would be possibly stay within what Andrew was explaining about the limits. I don't know, but I don't see there's a problem with that for seafront car park. Basically, there you go, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Faithful. I think I had Councillor Dent, didn't I?
You did, Chair. I think he's, yes.
Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you. Councillor Dent, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. As an original chair of the car parking TAF some time ago, I'm just noticing with Councillor Miller how far we have come in our attitudes. And I really thank Paul Miller for the research and benchmarking he's done, because it's really valuable. And when you remember the council really has only 2 ways of financing itself. One is to cut costs, which has been going on for years now, or it is to generate money, and to do that is through council tax, which is limited by government, or it is through fees and charges. So we really are staring fees and charges in the face at this stage. And the other point is the consequence of not increasing prices over a long period of time, like car parking. Anybody who's a member of any sort of sports club, like golf clubs that I am, there's always a tendency to say, oh, we daren't put up the prices because the members won't like it. And 4, 2, 3, 4 years later, there's a shocking, great, nasty shock, and the fees go up by a lot. And that's what we're staring in the face right now, because we haven't, in this case, put up car parking charges for the last 10 years. The other thing I feel about car park charges, it's our policy is placing the burden of extra costs on the users of car parks, which I think is fair. It means that Mrs. Miggins down the road, who hasn't got a car, but uses the bus, isn't being charged, isn't subsidising car park users. And I actually think from a democratic viewpoint, that's really important. And I really support the concept of hiking the prices strongly in those that are used particularly by tourists, and therefore not penalising residents in the same way. So the one thing that I'm just not sure that we've has been covered properly is, again, if we put out a price and say that's brilliant, we'll sit on it now for a few years, you may be buying trouble for the future. I really think we should look at price increases, say 10p an hour, every year over the next 4 or 5 years till we get to a sort of comparable level with other councils in the area. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Dent. Okay, so on my list, I've got Councillor Gardner next. We have been talking about this for an hour now, so if I could ask people to keep their points as brief as they can, that would be great. Thank you.
Thanks, Vicky. I had a couple of points before the car parking issue was raised by Councillor Miller. I assume, and I think this is directed to Simon Davey, that the request for extra budget by the various service areas such as street scene and so on, and even the request for money for Manor Pavilion, which is in my ward, do any of those have a knock-on impact on our income? I imagine that a lot of them don't necessarily, but I just want to be reassured that if these areas don't get the additional budget that they're requesting, that we won't have a consequent loss of income, because some of the service areas are potentially related to income in the end, and certainly the Manor Pavilion one would be, I assume, too. But I'd just like clarification of that, because clearly we don't want to do anything that will by not giving with one hand, we're taking away with the other. My other comment on the car parking proposal from Councillor Miller, I'll keep this very brief, but as Sidmouth Town is my ward, I am concerned about a price increase to £2 for Ham car park in Sidmouth, because this is both a seafront tourist area and town centre. And we don't have the luxury of Sidmouth, the way Sidmouth is laid out, we don't have car parks that are that easily separated as tourist or town centre, which is, for the example, in perhaps Budley or Exmouth. Ham is well used by local residents going shopping and people coming into Sidmouth to use the high street. So I'll be very concerned about increasing the price there to £2. I think the £1.50 price rise is well justified and absolutely necessary. I would also support Andrew Ennis's point that if you double your costs, you do not double your income. I have a real world experience of that from my past life working in international marketing, where we were told to double the price of one of our products, and surprise, surprise, we didn't sell twice as many. So, you know, we just ended up not making anywhere near as much money and just annoying people in the process. So beware, just on the back of a fag packet, doubling your income when you double the charges. That will not happen. But more than that, I don't want to cause more problems for Sidmouth High Street than we've already had. So just a caution on that one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gardner. You had a question at the very beginning of yours, didn't you, for Simon?
Yeah,
okay.
I can, yeah. So the additional requests have come through in terms of impact on income. The demand level won't be affected by so there's the resource implications to deal with, whether it's planning applications or dealing with, perhaps in the environmental health area, dealing with water testing and those sorts of things. So that it won't affect the demand. It's the element of actually dealing with some of those demands and pressures. So you're not directly affecting the income, because those demands will still come through. Most of them are statutory requirements, so they'll still come through to us. It's perhaps the time we're dealing with it and other elements of the service that may be degraded. The only one area that I would suggest there's perhaps a risk to is the one you highlighted around the Manor Pavilion Sidmouth. In that, yeah, there's a key post that's being talked about in that element, and it's just that the risk and the succession planning element that I guess Charlie Plowden will probably cover off in his service plan in terms of explaining further to members.
Thank you, Simon. I hope that answers your question, Councillor Gardner. Okay, Sue, next on my list, I have Councillor Bruce. Is that gentleman next on yours?
It is, yes, Chair.
Excellent, thank you. Councillor Bruce, please.
Thank you, Chair. My goodness, waiting a while. I'm grateful for Councillor Miller's report and recommendations, but I do feel for a proper and fair comparison, and on the basis that the current administration is proposing to charge for toilets, can I ask you whether the car parks he uses as examples have paid for or free car parks?
And that question for Councillor Miller.
Yes.
The car parks in my report, are they already paid or are they already charged at the moment, are you asking?
Do they have free toilets or do they have paid for toilets in your examples? Because if you have examples that have free toilets, it has a different slant on what you're suggesting. Or if they have paid for toilets, equally has a different slant. What I'm suggesting is that if we use a comparison in order to set the 120 or 150 levy, we then in a few months' time through the current administration add on an extra charge for toilets, then your figures are skewed. So we need to know your examples, whether they had free toilets.
Well, personally, I've never seen the two as in any way linked, Chair. But in addition, as far as I'm aware of the car parks I've proposed, I don't think there are toilets on the same site as the car parks. Please, if anybody could correct me if I'm wrong.
They're not in Sidmouth, as far as I'm aware.
And certainly not in the Exmouth ones I refer to. So I don't really think when I say I don't think that's a fair question, I don't mean to be disrespectful, Chair, to Councillor Bruce. I personally don't see how that question can really be answered because the toilets aren't within the car parks themselves. So I don't really know which toilets Councillor Bruce is wanting to equate with which car park. And if he could do that, then perhaps I could help. Thank you.
All right, if I can clarify then, I'm making the point that a lot of the car parks that are in our current area have toilets attached to them or very close by. If you're going to use examples to push forward a proposal of changing the prices to where Councillor Miller would want them to be, you have to do like for like. And by the sound of it, he doesn't know whether the toilets he uses as examples, the car parks he uses as examples, have toilets attached or not. Therefore, he can't answer whether there is a charge attached to them or not either. I'm simply asking for if you do a proper analysis, you have to have comparisons like for like.
Toilets are not involved in this, Chair.
Okay, if I can just go for clarification there. As far as I'm aware, and please could the residents that live in those areas, the councils that live in the Exmouth and Sidmouth, etc. area clarify this. As far as I'm aware, there are no toilets attached to the car parks that Councillor Miller has put forward in his proposal. If anybody would like to state otherwise, I would be happy to hear from them. But as far as I'm aware, I know that at Sidmouth, the toilets are not attached to the car parks that have been mentioned.
Chair, can I intervene? I think I've obviously not made the point clear. He was using out of area examples to show the difference between our current area and outside areas. The question was for the car parks in outside. I'm not interested in the areas in the car parks we have in our area. I know the Sidmouth ones, I know the Hornsey ones, we all know where they are. It's the ones that he's using as examples in outside areas like Teignmouth and wherever else he mentioned in his report. Those are the ones that we need to know how they relate to our car parks. Now, most car parks, big car parks, invariably have a toilet attached to them or very close by that are signed from that car park. That's all I'm asking is for the proper clarification between the two examples, our own area and outside areas.
So you're asking whether or not
Councillor Miller can't give us that answer by the sound.
I can,
Vicky, I can answer the question.
Thank you. Councillor Young, could you put some clarification on this, please? Thank you.
Yeah, Timbridge do charge for their loos. Torbay do. South Hams have various different systems. One port authority, that's Salcombe, pay for the loos there, and the car park is separate. and in Totnes, the town council, they have free loos, and the town council pay the equivalent of 20 pence entry to those loos. So you will find that most and Exeter definitely do charge, although there's going to be one in the bus station, I believe, that is going to be free, but all the others are chargeable. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, for that clarification. So basically, Councillor Miller's report has the floor in it. Thank you.
Okay. Obviously, we're all entitled to our personal opinions on these things. So, moving on, I believe we've got Councillor Coleman next, Sue, is that correct?
That's correct, Chair.
Councillor Coleman, please.
Good morning. Interesting debate. Thank you for the introduction earlier. It's gone, as I say, it's going on time. I'm just concerned that we're supposed to be in a climate emergency, yet we seem to be sort of overspending our budget, wanting to keep car park charges down. So I quite welcome Paul Miller's proposal. I'll try and keep my statement short. My only issue, and perhaps I've got with Paul Miller, I think other people already, I think the priority for the extra funds should be to keeping the toilets open. I think as councillors, I think the main basic, even though it might be not a statutory function, I think one of the basic functions of a council is to provide public toilets, and I think we should, if there is extra, if we put the car park prices up, we should try and keep the toilets open and free. And there are some car parks where there are toilets very near the car park. Just talked conversation earlier. The Imperial Road car park in Exmouth has got toilets right next to it. So that might be certainly a good example where perhaps if keep the toilets open free, perhaps if there's the car park charge up. But I basically support of what Paul Miller's suggestion. I think it's a very, it's always going to be, nobody likes putting prices up, but we are in a climate emergency. We're facing the end of a pandemic. We've got to get the money from somewhere. So I support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Coleman. Okay, next on my list, and if I could ask everybody to be as brief as possible, because I know that we've been talking like this for a long time. You've all waited patiently for your turn. Okay, I've got Councillor Gazzard. Is that correct, Sue?
I think Councillor Hartnell was waiting.
This is why I was checking, because your list comes up differently to mine. I don't know if it just moves around occasionally. So we'll go with Sue's list so that Sue can keep a track of it all comfortably. Councillor Hartnell then first, please.
Thank you, Chair, and apologies for being late for the meeting. I had a dental appointment. I should declare an interest as well as being a business owner that may well be impacted by any changes in car parking prices. So if that could be recorded, please. Just a few comments on the car parking issues here. Councillor Miller's report was actually extremely useful, although having said that, with Seaton, my ward being on the east side of the district, we do neighbour Dorset, and if you stray towards Lyme Regis and look at parking charges there, where parking is offered via either the Town Council or the Dorset County Council, the parking charges are not dissimilar to what we're charging now. So long stay parking at Woodmead in Lyme Regis is £1 an hour, and Monmouth Beach short stay is £1.40 an hour. And there's varying charges through some of the Town Council and County Council car parks, but all of them are fairly similar to ours. What I haven't established is whether there are any planned increases for the new financial year. So we do need to be conscious that we're not just competing for the tourist spend on districts within Devon, but we're also looking at the whole of the coast and the whole of the southwest. We're looking to try and encourage people to come to East Devon to have their holidays, to spend day trips, and that's not just people from away, but it's local people as well. I have to say I'm not supportive of the increase to 150, which is the cabinet recommendation, and I'm not supportive of Councillor Miller's recommendation to £2. The reason being that I see that there is a link between car parking prices and the length of time that people decide to spend in our towns, and that then has a direct impact on what they spend in the local economy, and that applies whether it's somebody visiting or whether it's a local resident. For example, the weekend we went over to Exmouth, we walked the dogs along the beach, and the length of the time that we spent there was depending on what we were prepared to pay for parking. So, and as a result, we stayed and had fish and chips. We might have stayed longer if the parking was cheaper. We might have stayed shorter if it was more expensive. And I think, you know, families are going to see a cost of living squeeze as we go into the year, as we progress. And I think this is going to add further to that. And ultimately, businesses will see an impact in what is spent in the local economy. So I can't be supportive of that. One question I did have is, at the moment we do have a £6 all day cap on our parking, which I think is reduced through the winter months. So I'm assuming that based on Councillor Miller's proposal of £2 an hour, that would see an all day cap of £12 to spend all day in our car park and visit one of our tourist areas, our main car park areas. So I think £12 to park all day is excessive. And I think when you start looking at the multiples of that hourly rate, that's when you start to understand the impact it has on people. What I would be supportive of, and I think there's justification for this, is that the £1.20 rise, I think, is right. But what I think would be correct is for that £1.20 to be spread across all our car parks, so that it was fair across the whole of East Devon, and that everybody was picking up the cost, as it were, of the deficit that we face. And I think I'm correct in saying that if there was a 20% increase across all car parks in East Devon, with the basis of only retaining 80% of our previous income, then that would show an increase of around 540,000, which is only 25,000 short of the proposal of doing it to Category A car parks. So I would like to propose that we bat it back to Cabinet with a proposal that the £1.20 per hour is across all car parks in East Devon, so that it's spread equally amongst all of our residents, regardless of whether it's a tourist economy, a market town economy, or whether it's just a rural area. I think we need to be consistent with our approach.
I second that, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
I second that, Chair. Councillor Ring, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hartnell. Henry, have you got a note of the proposal from Councillor Hartnell?
Yes, so it's £1.20 per hour across all car parks.
Yeah, and Councillor Ingham seconded it.
Yeah, I've got.
Okay.
So,
okay, so we've got two proposals at the moment. And over to you, Sue. Who's next on our list of speakers, please? Because I know your list is different to mine.
Councillor Gazzard.
Councillor Gazzard. Councillor Gazzard, please. Andrew, I have seen that your hand is up. I will let you come in after Councillor Gazzard, okay? Councillor Gazzard?
Just muted him by accident. Sorry, Councillor Gazzard.
Nice quick meeting.
Yeah, I was worried about that. That's why I did a bit of a sales pitch. Because coming from a product management perspective, if you're internal, you know for sure you're joining technology. And
hello.
Technology seems very different to market.
Somebody else is speaking.
From a, account manager and a product manager perspective.
Don't know who that is.
No, it's not me.
You did sound. I thought, oh, has he had COVID or something recently? He seems a bit strange. Carry on, Councillor Gazzard.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, can I thank Simon for all his hard work and Councillor Miller for his report, which is very interesting, and the proposals are extremely interesting as well. I do have a bit of an issue, obviously, with car parking charges. I've seen quite a few business owners over the last week or so, and they are extremely concerned about a hike in car park charges, because obviously they've got businesses to run, and they've seen a great downturn in number of people visiting the shops. I think with car parking charges, we need to be consistent across the whole of the district. And unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to be able to support Councillor Miller's idea, although in principle, I think it's a good idea. But I think we need to be consistent, and we need to have car parking charges the same across the district. But I've got a question for, Andrew Hancock, to do with recycling. With the green bins that we have going out to customers, Andrew, could you tell us how much revenue that raises, and does that money go directly for the emptying of the green bins, or does some of that money go into sewers as a whole, please? Thank you.
I'm happy to answer that, Chair, if that's okay.
Yes, please.
Yeah, so the Green Waste Service is an income generating service. We have a profit share split of 60-40 with sewers, 60% in favour of ourselves after expenses. And in my service plan, which we'll come on to in due course, I'm sure, we've got a target of 156k income from green bins for this coming financial year, and a target of over 16,000 customers, I think. I'll have to look at the figures. So yes, it is income generating, and then that goes into the overall recycling and waste budget, which helps offset the cost of providing that service.
Thank you, Andrew. Councillor Gazza, does that answer your question?
Yes, Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we've got a couple more speakers to have. If you can keep your points as brief as you possibly can, please. But first of all, I'm going to go back to Andrew, because he was waving his hand around just now, so I'm assuming he has something important to say. Andrew Ennis, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just for clarity on Councillor Brown and now Councillor Marcus Hartnell's proposal, that figure of 540,000 was just based on increasing the car parks where we're currently charging £1 an hour, not all car parks. We still have a dozen car parks where we charge less than that or nothing at all. So I'm just making sure that that proposal isn't intended to include all car parks, just the ones where we're charging £1 an hour.
Okay, thank you. So Henry, would Councillor Hartnell need to alter his proposal slightly, or is the wording that he's using suitable?
Sorry.
Chair, I'd be happy to. Chair, I'd be happy to just adjust that so that it's all car parks where we're currently charging £1.
Okay. Did you get that, Henry?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm slightly confused. So it's increasing the charges in those car parks where there is a £1 charge currently, up to £1, up to £1.20, so that all car parks have got £1.20 charge.
That's correct.
All car parks that are currently charged £1, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, to be fair to Councillor Miller, we did, or Chair, at the beginning, I said it would be prudent to wait and see what happens and let it unfold. And obviously, he had put forward the proposal and hadn't had the opportunity for a seconder. I'm just wondering if the way through this might be that if Councillor Hartnell is generally supportive of the subsidiary recommendations, if I can put it that way, about any extra budget, looking at those items that have been discounted, and also the further report. If Councillor Hartnell is happy with those, effectively the committee is going to be presented with an alternative simply down to pricing. And I would suggest that's probably how we deal with it. But I think we would need Councillor Hartnell to accept those secondary recommendations.
Councillor Hartnell?
I'm just going to have to double check those, Chair, because I joined the meeting late. So I only came in on the end of Councillor Miller's speech earlier. So
I mean, essentially, they were that any additional budget that's created by the change to the car parking consideration is given to the items that are being discounted. So there's the tree strategy, and forgive me, I can't remember what the one was off the top of my head. I had to move out of a room because of an ongoing conversation. And then the other part to it, so in a priority, those discounted items will be looked at with that extra funding. And then the overview and scrutiny, overview at its next meeting would receive a report on the, or a draft of the car parking strategy for adoption as quickly as possible, essentially.
So that would just be just to consider those items there, and then we'd have to go through them and decide.
What cabinet would effectively be asked to prioritise.
Prioritise, yeah. So yeah, I don't have a problem with that. That's fine.
Okay.
Okay, and Councillor, I'm assuming would have to agree to second it still.
What?
Those alterations?
No, I don't think so because of the proposal. I mean, this really what we're trying to get to a point is where you've got a very clear choice. The committee is going to have a clear choice what they're effectively being presented with, which is it's do you take position A on charging or position B, and then you've got the subsidiary bits that sit behind it. And I think we're probably there by the sounds of it.
Excellent, thank you, Henry. Thank you for the clarification. Okay, Sue, we've got a couple of speakers left, I believe, but we do need to try and get through this a little bit quicker. Sorry to rush everybody. Sue, who have you got next on your list, please?
Councillor Woodward.
Councillor Woodward, please.
Thank you, Chair. Well, first off, the important point, I'll second Councillor Miller's proposal. So that's on.
Councillor Woodward.
And just to back that up, the issue about customer response, I went into Exeter City fairly recently and parked my car at Howell Road of £2. By the way, there were no toilets, but I was amazed. I even took a photograph because I thought, wow, what are we missing in Exmouth or East Devon? We're paying so little for the car parks by comparison to our neighbouring councils. So I think we have a long way to go to increase the headroom to increase our charges. And on the issue that Councillor Gardner mentioned about residents parking in what would be otherwise sort of holiday hotspots, permits, which I have one, I have found an enormous benefit being able to park in fact, 5 of the East Devon car parks, and that could be an advantage by distinguishing between residents and holidaymakers. Andrew Ennis mentioned some legalities and obstacles quite rightly, but I think those should not be putting us off with a sense of direction. They should be dealt with as they in the proper way, but they shouldn't put us off increasing the charges. So just to repeat, I'm seconding the proposal of Councillor Miller. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Woodward. Sue, who do we have next on our list, please?
Councillor Barrow.
Councillor Barrow, please.
Thank you, Chair. This is a question to Simon, and it's about the recycling and refuse. Is the extra budget of £400,000 to £600,000 on top of the incremental rises for the number of household units that we have in the area? Is it just extra budget? So is it a one-off to do with COVID, or is it going to be a yearly amount through and through? And then I've got another comment about car parking in a minute when Simon answers. If he can, please.
Simon, can you answer that, please?
Yep, no problem at all, through the chair. So yeah, it's an annual sum, Councillor. It's a point in the contract where renegotiation's taking place. The reason for the increase is to reflect the increase in number of properties and the amount of recyclables being collected. But it's at this stage, a £1.2 million per annum increase that's being proposed. And in the budget for 22-23, because it will be introduced part way through the year, is suggested a budget of 400 to 600 is needed.
Thank you, Simon. Does that answer your question, Councillor Barrow?
A little, but can I come back on that and understand what the £1.2 million is for? If we pay potentially £4.8 million over to Suez every year, we haven't had 25% more housing, but the budget's tempted to go up 25%. That's a lot of money for not even 10% more housing. How can they justify it, and what was put in the original contract?
So if I can just come back, Chair, and I'm sure Andrew Hancock may want to add, but it's there will be a full report through Cabinet and Council explaining that increase in multi. So I understand members wishing to raise those issues, wanting to understand the full picture. There is more detail behind that in terms of where we are in the contract, the feeling, and backed up with statistics in terms of the contract's probably been underfunded for a few years in terms of where we got to, but they've just got a point in the contract where they can renegotiate.
Okay.
But those details will be laid out for members, and I understand your queries, Councillor.
Okay, thank you. And just one last comment about car parking. Whatever's agreed in an increase, because clearly we've agreed an increase before, can it be within the media scope that actually a big part of the increase we're making is because of central government and the changes to VAT, not because of we just fancy increasing it by 20% or 25%. So more a comment than a question. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Barrow. I'm sure that the media experts at East Devon District Council are already getting their quills ready to write down exactly what they need to do. Who's next on our list then, please, Sue?
I did have Councillor Miller, but the hand's gone down. I don't know whether Councillor Miller put it down. Doesn't
because I've
want to
spoken
speak.
already, Chair, and I thought
Oh.
it would be rude to speak again.
Thank you, Councillor Miller, much appreciated. So next on our list is
Councillor Moulding.
Councillor Moulding then, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I very much support the proposal made by Councillor Marcus Hartnell in raising car parking charges to £1.20 per hour. And I do assume that that means that car park permit costs will go up to a similar amount, 20% increase on their current price. And I also assume that in Councillor Miller's proposal for £2 per hour, he would also be expecting car park permits to go up by double. Otherwise, it's just not logical that some people will be paying twice as much for their car parking, but car park permit owners will not. So I think that's something we need to take into account. Going back to the proposal of Councillor Hartnell, this is in line with the recommendations from Scrutiny. That's why we use Scrutiny to establish the right direction to move for. And across the board, that is a phased increase, which in future we would look at increasing annually the car park cost by, say, 10p, £1.20 to £1.30 or whatever. But I'd just like to throw one other completely different issue into this budget equation, and that's the new homes bonus. We are told that it's quite likely that this will be the last year we get our new homes bonus, yet we are still recommending that £500,000 goes across to help the capital programme. Now, I have to say that if there's a decision between balancing the revenue budget and lobbing more money into the capital programme, which will then, there'll be a wish list of people wanting to put forward capital projects. All our various senior officers will want to put down their pet projects. Which for you members is most important, that we balance the budget or we put more money into the capital programme? I'd just like to ask that question, at the same time propose, in addition, as an amendment, if you like, to Councillor Marcus Hartnell's budget, that we look at transferring £500,000 not into the capital programme from new homes bonus, but into the revenue programme. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moulding. Okay, I did say a little while ago that there was 10 houses up. 10 hands up.
So do you need yes, this is never going.
Okay, that there was 10 hands up, 2 of which weren't on overview or scrutiny, and the others that were. And since then, a few more hands have popped up. So I'm afraid I'm going to be a little bit more ruthless now, because this has been going on for quite some time and we've all got other things that we need to discuss. So those that have spoken previously, can they put their hands down, please? Henry, did you have something you needed to say?
Yes, can I just clarify, please? I think just in terms of how this is likely to play out in terms of recommendations at the end, is it possible that we keep the car parking charging issue discrete between the two options? And if Councillor Moulding's recommendation of the £500,000 transfer, if we can treat that as a separate recommendation, please, because otherwise I think we're going to end up in a bit of a sticky mess when we get to voting.
I'm quite happy with that, Chairman. I'm just seeking for a seconder, please.
I'm quite happy to second that, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, second is Councillor Hartnell. Okay, Henry. So those that have spoken already, please can you put your hands down? Because I won't be asking you to speak. Sue, who's next on our list, please? And if I can ask you to keep your points as brief as possible. Sue?
Councillor Davey.
Councillor Davey, please.
I am going to be brief, Chair. Firstly, I think when it comes to cars, analogies with other products just don't stack up. We've recently seen over the past year a 30p increase in fuel per litre. I think if I'd proposed that as a carbon tax, the death of the high street and empty roads would have been predicted, and yet I see absolutely no change in people's behaviour. They continue to drive down to Exmouth seafront. I could hardly get across the road the other day. So they're pouring in and out of Exmouth, and it makes absolutely no difference at all. I think the same will happen with car parks. I think people will grumble about it, but they'll pay it because they just, that's it. People see it as a kind of necessity. I also think the impact on high streets is often overstated. I've just been reading an interesting report, I don't know when it dated from, on high streets, which stated that the main reason people didn't use high streets and tended to use internet shopping or out of town shopping was to do with choice and the range of products. I actually use my town centre more now than I used to, and the main reason is that there's some really good shops in Exmouth town centre, and I go into town deliberately to use those. And by the way, I don't drive. I walk or I use a bike. So I think that we can raise these prices, and I think people will continue to pay them. And I don't think it'll even knock the number of people who use the car parks.
Thank you, Councillor Davey. Who's next on our list, Sue, please?
Councillor Rylance.
Councillor Rylance, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I do apologise for my late arrival. I do have a few points to make now. So the first thing I wanted to say was that car park charges haven't risen for a very long time. If we even only applied inflationary rises to 2010 £1 per hour prices, we'd be looking at £1.30 per hour. So that should be our absolute baseline. In that time, our income has dropped substantially and our costs have not disappeared, and we have a maintenance programme to undertake. So £1.30, that would be strictly inflation. We need to be thinking of at least £1.50. And I very much support actually Paul Miller's proposals, except I would extend it because Sidmouth, for example, has got a private car park that charges substantially more than we do, and it is always full. The car parks nearest to the seafront in Exmouth are almost always full, in preference to the one just a few hundred metres back, it's not even maybe 100 metres back in Mare Road, where I always park, which is almost always empty. I think we've got a traffic management issue as well to apply to these car parks. And Councillor Davey just said it's very difficult to cross the road sometimes on Exmouth seafront. Wouldn't it be much nicer if we could direct people away from driving up and down the seafront so that people could actually use that space, with less worry that they're about to be knocked over by people looking for car parking spaces? I personally would have no problem whatsoever with charging the equivalent of what Bedford Lawn does in Sidmouth to all our very much seafront car parks, with the proviso that maybe we ensure that there are enough disabled car parking spaces near the seafront, that we also emphasise our offer to local residents that they can get a car parking pass, and then we extend that local offer to their ability to pay monthly. Now, we don't actually have the ability to impose a tourist tax like many countries do, but we still have to offer services that are very sporadic in nature and occur mostly in the summertime to tourists to make sure that people are able to visit a place that's clean and well maintained. This may be one of the few methods we have to actually be able to impose what the equivalent of a tourist tax on people, whilst also offering our residents the opportunity to carry on using the facilities even in summertime, which I don't know about you, but I personally avoid the centre of, the tourist towns in the centre of in the middle of summer, because they're just too crowded. So if we could manage traffic flows, raise some money to maintain those assets, by imposing higher charges on the seafront, on the very seafront car parks, and in that I will actually include foxholes, to be honest, because it's virtually impossible to get a space most days of the summer. By directing people to, a few steps, maybe one block back off the beaten track, and raising some money to maintain these assets, I think we'd be onto a winner. I also, along with Councillor Davey, I don't buy into the argument that people would use the car parks any less, because the seafront car park at Sidmouth is constantly full, despite being twice the price of the East Devon car parks. If we can find vectors for permitting people to have permits that they can pay for monthly, making sure we have enough disabled spaces near the seafront so that people who are, who have got mobility issues can still access our amenities, and direct people to park their cars away from the seafront so that we're not constantly worried about being knocked down. I have seen no problem whatsoever with charging £2 per hour in all those seafront car parks, the very, very seafront car parks, that is. But we need to emphasise the fact that people can get a yearly pass. People who are East Devon residents can buy this yearly pass, and we should make it possible for them to pay for it monthly, because for a lot of people, £120 in a year is quite a big chunk of income to spend in 1 year. So, I think that would be quite a suitable compromise. I think the proposal that we've already heard about increasing, just doing a blanket increase of all currently chargeable car parks to £1.20 doesn't take into account the different uses that these car parks have and the different kind of person that these car parks attract. Some of the car parks will be village car parks, which have a multi-purpose. There's not necessarily any call to impose higher charges on those, because all you're doing is taxing the locals more for services that we have to deliver across the district, often at the height of the summer. I would actually try to attract more money from the people who are using the services in the summer, and make it possible for our locals to have access to methods of using these services that don't break their banks throughout the year. So with that in mind, I actually would not support Councillor Hartnell's proposal at all, because I think it's a little blunt, to put it mildly. It's a bit of a blunt tool. I think it would have lots of unintended consequences inland. But I would support Councillor Miller's in that form, with the extension to other car parks that are right on the seafront, raising the prices to this extent. I suggest that extra facilities such as cold outdoor showers to rinse off sand before getting back in your car might be a good addition to some of those car parks. Obviously not much use in Budley where there is little sand, but that's not to say that people don't want to rinse themselves off after being in the sea. So that's what I have to add to the debate. No problem whatsoever with Councillor Miller's suggestion of £2 per hour in the very, very close to the sea car parks. Make the car parking passes more accessible to people by making it possible to pay monthly. Ensure that we have enough disabled spaces so that people with mobility issues can access our places, but also raise enough funds to maintain all these things, and also manage the flows of traffic at peak times. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rylance. Okay, Councillor Bonetta, you didn't have your hand up to speak when I cut off for people speaking. Okay, so sorry, I'm going to be very cruel. I've got Councillor Ingham and then Councillor Wright. If you could both be very, very brief, please, I would be grateful. Thank you. Councillor Ingham.
Thank you, Chair. Just to clarify on why Councillor Moulding's comments about car park permits should not be included in the main proposal put forward by Councillor Hartnell is this. I can give you examples of car park permits that have increased by 1,000% over the last 20 years. And same permit over about the last 10 years has increased by 600%. So that's why car park permits, I'm sorry, Andrew, should not be included in having an additional 20%. I mean, it can be increased, and we can look at that separately, but I don't think it should be included in the main proposal. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Ingham, and thank you for keeping it brief. Councillor Wright, we're keeping it very brief. Thank you.
Brief. We started out this debate, Chair, looking at the choice between £1.20 generally or the £1.50, which came in later in the papers. We seem to have lost the £1.50 overall in favour of the choice between the £1.20 generally and the rather more flexible approach and more targeted approach suggested by Councillor Miller. I just want to make that clear. I take Councillor Rylance's point exactly, that we should, if the car parking price of the permits do go up slightly, monthly, an ability to pay monthly would greatly assist many of our residents. But the one thing I do sometimes get tired of is when people are looking for consistency. The whole area of East Devon is not a consistent area. There are so many different facilities, so many different criteria affecting all our various communities. And I think just looking for consistency is a way of dodging the issue. And I think a targeted approach is more accurate and more beneficial. But I just want to make it clear what are we coming back now to the vote on a £1.20 across the board increase, as opposed to Councillor Miller's proposal for the more targeted approach. I just want to make that clear before we finally put it to the vote. Thank you.
One's an amendment, Chair, isn't it, Councillor Miller's, and the other's the main proposal. So you'd have to, I believe Henry will put it right, have to deal with Councillor Miller's amendment first.
Okay, thank you. I have got Andrew Ennis's hand up. Andrew, where did you go? You were on my screen just now. I would like to actually ask you, I think we have previously discussed permits being paid for monthly, and I think there was a reason. There was quite a cost involved, I believe, or something. Do I remember?
Chair, thank you. Yeah, I haven't given up. We're working with Strata and with our suppliers to offer that to customers. And I raised my hand. I just wanted to clarify. I think the default position at the moment is that the premium car parks will go to £1.20 per hour in April, and the permits will already be going up to £120 a year. I think that decision was made last year. So if that helps the decision making today, I think that was the decision that was made a year ago.
Thank you, Andrew. Okay, so Henry, I'm going to come to you, please, if I may, for clarification on exactly what the proposals are. Thank you.
Yes, so if we were being completely technical about it, Councillor Miller's proposal wasn't seconded. It was Councillor Hartnell's that was seconded first, which is why I said that it had been agreed that we'd let this unfold and see how things went. So there is an element of perhaps unfairness that Councillor Miller's proposal didn't get an opportunity to be seconded. So what I was advocating, and I think just bearing in mind the difficulty of this meeting and you've got two different committees, is I would advocate that you as the chair recommend the report in terms of recommending the budgets back to Cabinet. But then effectively there are these two additional recommendations that have got to be looked at. The first one relates to the car parking aspect. And there are two options there, and they are presented in the alternative with Councillor Miller's being option A, and committees can vote for that with a green tick. And the other option is Councillor Hartnell's, which you would vote with a red cross. So I can go through that in more detail, and then there'll be a second vote on Councillor Moulding's proposal, which is that £500,000 is taken from the capital into the reserve, which was the new homes bonus. I don't know whether it was all of it, but anyway, £500 worth. So if you're happy for me to go through it in that way, I think that presents the best option for the two committees to deal with this matter.
Thank you, Henry. I'd just like to clarify that at the very beginning, we discussed this, Henry, with the members that were here, about the fact that we would wait for the end of the discussion for a seconder for the proposals, whereas Councillor Ingham actually didn't wait to be called and leaped in with his seconding for his proposal. So I know that it has been seconded, but that's why that happened. It's not because Councillor Miller's proposal wasn't going to be seconded. It's just that some members waited to be called and others didn't. So, but if you're happy to go, what we need to take on board, of course, is the fact that we do have to balance the budget. It's not a question of we're putting up the cost for car parkings because we want to. We have no choice legally. You know, we have no choice. So it will be between the proposals that Henry's about to put forward. So if everybody could listen to them very carefully, and then we'll go to the vote. Henry, over to you, please, if I may.
So thank you, Chair. So it is to adopt the recommendation to Cabinet to recommend to Council to adopt the budgets as presented in the papers. Just bear in mind that this is a provisional recommendation because the service plans need to be gone through today and also on Monday before the committees will then take a final decision on the recommendation on the budgets back to Cabinet. So this is provisional, but it is to recommend those budgets to Cabinet to recommend to Council. As presented with, and then this is the first vote, in relation to car parking, there is option A, which is Councillor Miller's proposal, which is that Council adopt a £2 per hour charge for a limited number of popular tourist hotspot car parks within Category 1, being Exmouth Queen's Drive Echelon, Exmouth Beach Gardens, Budley Limekiln and Sidmouth Ham East and West from April 22. Council adopts a £1.50 per hour charge for all other Category 1 car parks from April 22, but avoid the 10p per year charge for the subsequent 3 years to prevent damage to vulnerable high street businesses. Cabinet review, this is the third element, Cabinet review other budgetary requests, for example, the tree strategy and street scene requests, which have been rejected in line with new estimated budget forecasts. And finally, the Overview and Scrutiny Committee further requested a working draft of the car parking strategy be presented to the next Overview Committee in order to set timescales for a speedy adoption. So that's option A, which will be green tick. There is option B, which is Councillor Hartnell's proposal, which is £1 per hour car parks shall be increased to £1.20 per hour, so that all car parks are £1.20 per hour. And then those two other recommendations carry over as well. Cabinet review other budgetary requests, the tree strategy and street scene requests, which have been rejected in line with new estimated budget forecasts. And the Overview and Scrutiny Committee further requested a working draft of the car parking strategy be presented to the next Overview Committee in order to set timescales again for a speedy adoption. And that's option B, and that will be red cross. So I would suggest, Chair, you take that vote first. Green tick for Councillor Miller's option, red cross for option B, and you will need to take the votes for the committees separately. Some members have got the opportunity to vote twice, one on Overview, one on Scrutiny.
Okay, thank you, Henry. Is everybody that's voting completely aware of exactly what they're voting on? The differences between the two? Excellent. Just want clarification now before anybody suddenly says, I don't know what I'm voting on.
I'm sorry, I was slightly distracted at the final bit when Henry said about red crosses and green ticks.
Yeah, so green tick will be showing your support for option A, which is Councillor Miller's proposal. The red cross will be showing your support for option B, which is Councillor Hartnell's proposal.
What happens if you don't support either of them?
Well, you can abstain with raising your hand if you'd like to.
But that's not an option, Kathy.
Oh, it's got to be. It's got to be.
Always an option. Always an option. Or just don't vote. I mean, it doesn't. If you want abstention recorded, then you can say it. But otherwise, yeah.
Because seriously, I don't support either of those. I just want to support the main proposal we've got in front of us from the beginning.
Right. Okay. So, if I can invite the members of the Overview Committee to recommend approval of the recommendation that Henry's just put, the proposals that Henry's just put forward. If you can do so this is just overview, okay?
Okay, Chair, I have 6 green ticks and 5 red crosses.
Thank you, Sue. Okay, if we can clear the board, as it were.
Yep.
Thank you.
Right.
Okay. So that recommendation has been, so Henry, do you want me to go on to scrutiny next?
If we could do scrutiny, and we'll come back to confirming.
Excellent. Thank you. Okay, if I can ask scrutiny members exactly the same question. Proposal 1, green tick. Proposal 2, red cross, please.
I have 7 green ticks, 3 red crosses, and 1 angry face.
I want to know who the angry face is.
I don't think you need. It doesn't take a rocket scientist, I think, that one. So, Chair, that means that as far as the car parking proposals are, that both overview and scrutiny will be recommending option A, which was Councillor Miller's, to Cabinet to consider. So if we can move on then to the second recommendation, which is Councillor Moulding's proposal, that £500,000 is, which relates to New Homes Bonus, is moved from capital to revenue, and that's a straight green tick in support. Red cross. Oh, Councillor. I think Simon
Chair,
might
just before we carry on, can I just make a clarification? What's happened to the original proposal of £1.50? That seems to have died in the dust.
Yeah, as far as the recommendation to Cabinet is concerned, that's right. That's the proposal. Those were the proposals that were voted on.
Thank you.
Back to you, Henry.
Sorry, I think Simon Davey had something that he would wish to say, Chair.
Yep, no problem. Simon, you're on a different screen, you see. I have to swipe
Oh,
across.
sorry. Thank you, Chair. I just thought it'd be useful to explain, because I don't think we went into the details of the proposal in terms of moving 500,000 worth of capital funding into revenue for the New Homes Bonus. I thought it was just worth me explaining what that meant in a bit of detail, if that was okay.
Yes,
so,
please do.
So the proposal is, in terms of the New Homes Bonus monies, at the moment, 1.5 million is going into revenue to help our day-to-day services, and then the balance is going into capital. By moving 500 of that money that's going into capital back to revenue, just to highlight 2 points on that. One is that will mean there's 500,000 of additional unfunded capital expenditure. That has an implication of about 30,000 a year. So basically 500,000 worth of capital expenditure was going to be funded through New Homes Bonus. By moving that into revenue, you're then adding 30,000 in revenue on an ongoing basis, because it's unfunded capital that you need to fund over time. So that's the first point. The second point is that does help you. So by moving 500,000 into revenue, does help you fund those services you wish to fund out of that money for 1 year. But the following year, you've got that in your base budget, and your New Homes Bonus isn't there to fund it. So it adds to your medium-term financial plan gap. For 23-24, you'll need to find that money from somewhere else. Just to explain those points. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Simon. I do have Councillor Jack Rowland, the portfolio holder for finance. I think he would like to say a couple of words. Over to you, Jack.
Thanks, Chair. Just to add to what Simon just said as well, because when we were going through the last capital allocation proposals, the vast majority were urgent maintenance issues from a health and safety point of view, where there's been a lack of maintenance over a high number of years. So I think it'd be very short-sighted to have any impact on what was agreed out of that capital allocation, in view of the fact that a lot of it is not for new projects. It's actually maintaining a lot of the existing projects, assets which have badly lacked proper maintenance over a number of years. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rowland. Okay, Henry, back to you. You're on mute, Henry.
Thank you. Sorry about that. So the recommendation is that £500,000 is moved from capital to revenue, effectively moving New Homes Bonus. Green ticks in support and red crosses against, please. Again, this will be from each of the overview first and then scrutiny second.
Okay. So if I could ask overview to vote first, please. Could you clear the board, please, Sue? Because I can see that Councillor Bruce is there. We go. If I could ask overview to vote first, please. So green ticks for yes for supporting Councillor Moulding's proposal, and red crosses for not supporting Councillor Moulding's proposal, please.
Okay, Chair, I have 7 red ticks. So sorry, 7 red crosses and 4 green ticks.
Okay, so that proposal is lost. So, Chair, with that being lost, then the provisional recommendation is the budgets as presented with option A.
Haven't done scrutiny yet, Henry.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. It's easily done. Just keeping you on your toes, Tom. Don't worry. Right.
Sorry,
if I can ask scrutiny members the same question, please. So, if you wish to support Councillor Moulding's proposal, a green tick. If you don't wish to support it, a red cross, please.
Okay, I have 6. Someone's changing the mind. 6 red crosses and 4 green ticks.
Yes, sir. So, as I said before, that's lost in both committees now. So the provisional recommendation is that you'll reconsider on Monday is the budgets as presented with option A in relation to car parking. So a final decision will be taken on Monday following consideration of the service plans.
Excellent. Thank you, Henry. So I know it's been a very, very long-winded first part to this, but we all knew car parking would be a very touchy subject for a lot of people. If I may, before we go on to agenda item 8, I think I will ask if people would like a comfort break, because I'm sure there's people who've been sat here for quite some time. They'd probably like to pop off for 5 minutes, if that's okay. And when we come back, we will be going to John Golding for him to have his little speech. So is everybody happy to have a 5-minute comfort break?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
So what time
I may have to leave the
back?
meeting and rejoin it, if that's okay, Councillor Johns.
Absolutely fine, Councillor Bruce. I'm sure Sue will let you in.
Thank you very
What
much.
time would you like us to be back, Sue?
Well, you've got a lot to get through, Chair, so a reasonable break for everybody, but 5-10 minutes, I don't know. What do you think? 5 minutes?
5 minutes. Kettle's only over there.
Okay. I'm going to mute everybody. Oh, it's my glasses. Chair, do you want to resume?
Do we have the usual suspects back in the room?
I think we do.
Excellent.
Right, I'll just... Okay, when you're ready, Chair.
Yeah, just wondering where I've gone.
Oh. Gone horizontal.
I know. Change of pace and all that. Liven it up a bit. It's just to frighten myself, really. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We're now on to agenda item 8. Let's try to get these through a little bit faster than the one earlier. Key Service Plan Objectives 2022 to 2023. I think it's probably, so in this first joint session, we'll be looking at the key service plan objectives for the following services: countryside and leisure services, environmental health and car parks, housing and street scene, and the remaining service plan will be considered at the second session next Monday, which is the 17th of January. All of the services represented today come under the responsibility of John Golding as Strategic Lead for Health, Housing and the Environment. So before moving to the individual service plans, John would like to say a few words about work being undertaken on some of the Council's cross-cutting priorities, such as action on climate change. John Golding, this is your moment.
Thank you, Chair, and I will be brief, conscious of the time. I've just got a few slides I wanted to present, if I may. And as I say, I will rattle through these very quickly, conscious of the time available. And probably won't be able to do justice to the subject, but happy if it stimulates debate. So I wanted to talk about some of the challenges that we face amongst the 4 services. Of course, these are your frontline services, the best services in the council. Really proud of these services, but we do have some significant challenges ahead. And then I was going to rattle through very quickly, as you say, the cross-cutting themes that will appear in each of the service plans, but they cross these services that we're looking at today, and indeed others that you'll be looking at next week. So obviously our service plans, we've tried to align as best we possibly can with the council plan, and you'll see these are the priorities in the council plan. And perhaps more importantly, you'll see that our housing, health and environment services link very, very closely with the first 2 priorities in the council plan, and to some extent the third one. And so our services will be key to delivering these council plan objectives. I should say, challenging year ahead, and one of the things that I'm going to be concentrating on in terms of my leadership role is keeping the show on the road. We've already touched on some of the challenges, so hopefully moving from the pandemic, but we've also looking at a number of resource challenges, including some around recruitment, retention, managing staff absence, and within all of that, quite a lot of effort we need to be putting into maintaining our staff morale and focusing on our customer expectations. So we've seen significant growth, and again, we've touched on that in some of the discussions that we've had, property growth, staycation type growth, and customer demand growth. And we've put in a number of budget requests which have been deemed unaffordable thus far, although we might be making some progress on how we might be able to fund some of those going forward. But what we will need to focus on once we've been through this process is managing our services with those resources that we have available and making sure that we deploy them to best effect. We've got a good number of vacancies. This is a snapshot. Vacancies across the 4 different services that we're either looking to recruit to or are part of those budget asks that we talked about earlier, and will be key to us delivering those services to meet the council plan objectives. This is a current snapshot. So looking at the big issues in terms of those cross-cutting issues and some of the challenges, it's already been mentioned, climate change is very high on our agenda. We're committed to achieving a net zero position over the next, well, less than 20 years now. We're part of the Devon Climate Action group and working very closely with colleagues across Devon for initiatives that will help make the county net zero over a period of time. We have our own strategy and action plan. You'll see them featured in all of the service plans. There's a section 6 of the service plans have required all the service leads to include what they're contributing towards our climate change strategy and action plan. And we're starting to see some traction there, some really good progress being made. So we'll look at those, no doubt, as we touch on those as we go through the service plans. Public health is a big issue for us, and one of the big challenges that I see ahead, aside from these are the objectives in our public health plan, is coming, one of the big things that on our agenda now is coming out of the pandemic and the work that we do to assist response and recovery back to hopefully near normal conditions in the not too distant future. So public health again is one of those cross-cutting issues that all the services contribute towards. For me again, as one of the leaders of these services, safety, health and safety of our own staff is absolutely key and is right at the top of our agenda. We've got a very good track record. We've got very good coverage of training, risk assessments, but we do have some quite dangerous activities that we pay particular attention to. So you can see I've picked out a couple on this slide. Tree work that we undertake, litter picking on high-speed roads. Those are particular areas that have quite high risks. There are many others, but again, as a cross-cutting theme, all our services are required to spend considerable time and attention to ensuring that our people and our public are safe. And then I picked out poverty as again another cross-cutting theme that a number of our services are contributing to. These 5 items on the slide are the objectives that we adopted through the poverty strategy. And again, if you follow the current thinking and media coverage at the moment, this is an area that's going to become increasingly important for the council to make sure that we're protecting our vulnerable communities. So we do have resource issue across the services. You would have heard about those, and no doubt colleagues will pick up on those in a moment. But on the positive side, we have a very can-do approach. We will probably have to prioritise and reprioritise our services to ensure that we're hitting our targets. I anticipate we're going to have to focus on priorities, and they're going to be quite difficult times ahead, but you can be assured that we will meet our goals and be very focused on the service plan and council plan objectives. So Chair, that's a really quick rattle through. I'm sure I've not done any of those justice. and we can no doubt will pick up on those as the service leads present their service plans. But happy to pick up any questions either now or during the course of the debate that follows. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Much appreciated. Lots of people could learn from your being able to go through things nice and quickly. Excellent. I see Councillor Wright's hand is up already. Do you have a question for John Golding before we go over to the service leads for each individual key subjects?
No, it would be more for the service lead, but I'd like to give Andrew advance notice, if you like. I welcome the proposal to increase our recycling effort with regard to the litter we pick up, especially from our seafronts. I walk along Budley seafront 2 or 3 times every day, aren't I lucky? And I do notice every day where we could be doing far more to offer recycling facilities to our beach users, particularly with regard to cans, because I know from being a member of the Waste and Recycling Board that aluminium cans are worth £1,000 a tonne. And I know there are probably thousands of pounds worth of tons of cans that are dumped on our beaches, and we need to be able to recycle them better. So that's just advance warning for Andrew, if you like. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, John.
I'm not sure if that was a warning or a threat, Andrew, so be afraid. Okay. Can I invite the service lead, Charlie Plowden, to present the planning key service objectives? Charlie Plowden?
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, you are.
I'm here. Thank you, Chair. And just good afternoon. I did have good morning in my prepared notes, but we've just hit the midday slot. So thank you for the time. I'll be super brief. Just want to cover key strategic themes and challenges facing my service areas and highlight some of the specific service activities that are being planned to meet those challenges. So statutory work in my service area covers all our tree work, our local nature reserve management, A and B management plan delivery, and now through the Environment Act, Biodiversity Net Gain and local nature recovery planning. However, as a background element, the budget challenges that Simon's raised means that we are facing a significant pressure on our discretionary areas, and this is not just the leisure, arts and green space work programmes. It covers a whole raft of other discretionary areas. So I think it's very important just to pause here and recall the crucial role of over the last 20 months that these discretionary areas have played and are still playing in helping our communities and local residents recover from the impacts of the pandemic. All our green spaces, nature reserves, parks, gardens, playing pitches, etc., provided the only source of outdoor respite, physical exercise and hope for all our communities during the many lockdowns we had. And it's widely appreciated now how we have reconnected with nature as a result. Likewise, our creative arts and community countryside teams took to the digital airwaves during the lockdown, the various lockdowns, to reach out to our local residents to provide educational, thought-provoking and interactive online activities, whether it be a creative activity or simply just to improve the wildlife in our garden. And a recent government report showing that the health and welfare benefits of green spaces were valued at 30 billion a year. So in my view, our outstanding natural environment and the diverse creative arts and cultural sector in East Devon is our DNA, and has helped to shape our local economy and provide employment, inward investment and immeasurable benefits to our community's physical and mental well-being. And just as a reminder, our resident surveys over the last 10 years have consistently shown that looking after our natural environment is one of the top 5 most important issues to local people. These issues haven't gone away, Chair, and therefore the social value of our nature reserves, parks, theatres and galleries remains in helping all our communities recover, as John just touched upon. So I just moved to Better Homes and Communities for All. The 4 big ticket items I'd like committee members to be aware of. First one, Simon's touched on in some detail already, the leisure and built facility strategy. This will be completed within the next 3 months and will help to refocus and reset our relationship with LED as our leisure provider in terms of the future of our dual use sites. the scope of our leisure provision and the annual management fee negotiations, the ongoing management and maintenance of all our built leisure facilities. It's widely recognised that LED and our contract with LED is our largest discretionary area of spend, so around about 3 million a year. However, every one of our towns benefits from the provision of a leisure facility, be it a sports hall, swimming pool or a gym. And LED also significantly helps us to deliver many of the outcomes of our public health plan that John's touched upon as one of our cross-cutting items. The second big ticket item for us to face this year going forward is our culture strategy. The outcome of this work will be presented this summer, which will help set the council's strategic ambitions and priorities for the next 10 years for culture. It's crucial that this strategy synergises with the tourism strategy being prepared by Andy Wood's team in terms of developing thoughts and ideas around cultural tourism and how that can underpin and support our visitor economy. It will also help to identify cultural regeneration programmes, such as the Exmouth Cultural Quarter proposal, which will be looking to link the Queen's Drive scheme, the seafront enhancements, and the Thelma Hulbert Gallery's partnership with the ocean to create a cultural hub for the town that improves the public realm, brings in cultural tourism income, and helps to define the visitor offer of the town. Thirdly, we've just launched the Arts and Culture East Devon grassroots network. This will help to, again, support our wider arts development programme. We have a very strong commitment to our community arts partnerships, and we'll be looking to further develop that as the year goes forward. Our cultural recovery work is the fourth area, and John's touched on this. We're looking to help reboot our theatre and gallery to recover from the last 18 months of lockdowns and restore audience levels and confidence in using these important venues. On a positive side, Chair, our Manor Pavilion Theatre is now fully booked in terms of its programme for the next 12 months, with every available slot taken up by performers and shows, etc. This shows that there is a returning appetite and confidence to return to live performances. The gallery, Thelma Hubbard Gallery, also has a full programme ahead, continuing its award-winning Creative Cabin programme, as well as continuing its Climate Conversations programme. And I'm pleased to announce that it has already secured £56,000 worth of external funding for 2022 to deliver its exhibition and outreach programme. I'm speeding up now, Chair. So on Greener East Devon, the big ticket items here are the new Environment Act duties. I already touched upon the new district ecologist. Will be leading the work on the biodiversity net gain areas, working closely with our planning policy team, and also local nature recovery plans that will help to provide new wildlife sites and green spaces that ultimately will help to improve the district's natural environment and is embedded in our local plan review work. We have set an ambitious target of a 20% net gain contribution for all development that falls under this duty, and that will be discussed as part of the Strategic Planning Committee work programme to go forward. Also looking to further progress our nature recovery and rewilding projects. Again, the Countryside team and district ecologists will be looking to do this as part of our new Environment Act responsibilities. This will touch on our Wild Towns programme, which we successfully rolled out with Wild Exmouth. We're now moving to Wild Honiton for 22-23, and other towns will follow, and that's all linked to capacity and resource issues. So we'll be working with our street scene colleagues on rewilding their green spaces and to achieve greater wildlife benefits, and also with both our AONB teams on nature recovery projects on the Axe catchment area. Fourthly, our tree strategy work has already been touched on. I won't embellish that further, though that is critical in how we outline our ambitions in this area linked to climate change, combating pests and diseases, and having a robust and resilient strategy to underpin that work. Climate change actions, John's touched upon, but just within my service area, we're looking to create an additional 12 hectares of intertidal habitat on Seaton wetlands, which will act as a carbon sequestration project, electrification of all our 4x4 vehicles, and we are keen and ambitious to establish a district tree planting scheme for carbon capture and actively pursue land acquisition for creating new woodland. Finally, and thank you for your patience, we want to continue to develop our volunteering programme. We already have over 200 volunteers that provide critical physical and mental health benefits. and we want to link into the social prescribing programs that are now up and running across the district to help develop that really important initiative that benefits so many individuals. Thank you, Chair, and apologies, that really was super fast, and I hope some of that's registered with committee members, and happy to take questions.
Excellent, thank you, Charlie, much appreciated. I just wanted to clear at the moment, I have a personal interest in anything to do with the arts and culture because I actually work as an art administrator for South West Academy of Fine and Applied Arts. So if we could just take a note of that for me, so it doesn't affect Thelma Hubert, etc. But I just thought I better put that out there just to be on the safe side. We have got some speakers already, but I would like to go to Councillor Jeff Young first, who I think had probably had his hand up first anyway, but as the portfolio holder, if we can go to Councillor Young, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Charlie and the whole Countryside team for looking after our nature during a most difficult, well, second year, isn't it? Tree strategy is a key to what I've been seeking for the last couple of years. So I would like to see, if at all possible, we can deliver that. It's a shame we didn't purchase the land for the extending the woodland over at the east side of the district, but hopefully we might be able to find some other land to purchase shortly. But again, thank you very much, Charlie and the team, for being so brilliant at protecting our nature. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. I'm just going to clarify with Sue, because our list come up slightly differently. Who do you have next on your list, Sue, please?
Councillor Bonetta.
Councillor Bonetta then, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very aware that Councillor Hookway, the portfolio holder for Culture, Leisure, Tourism and Sport, has his hand up, so I'm more than happy for Nick to go first, if that works.
Yeah, absolutely fine by me. I'm just trying to keep it in a semblance of some sort of order so that poor Sue can keep a note of everybody. So if we're going to go to Councillor Hookway then, please, as the other portfolio holder, different portfolio holder, should I say. Apologies, Councillor Hookway.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, indeed. And also thank you to Charlie and his team for delivering the aspects of the culture, sport, leisure and tourism portfolio. Charlie has mentioned a number of really crucial developments and work that's going on. The leisure strategy and the culture strategy are very important. I just quickly wanted to raise awareness about those. The leisure strategy is necessary if we are to get any funding at all from Sport England to help us with our shortfall of 1.6 million in terms of LED. It's ongoing. There's a lot of hard work being done by the consultants. They at the moment are looking at the facilities that we have, and I think there will be some very interesting outcomes about this later on. And I think it's really too early to say what they might be, but it's absolutely crucial that we have this leisure strategy. Hopefully in the long term, we'll be able to get some funding from Sport England, but no leisure strategy, no funding. So that's absolutely crucial. The culture strategy is absolutely critical. Culture has a very big impact upon better communities and homes that we all want. It is a catalyst for economic activity, and it is absolutely crucial in helping to provide conditions of wellness and well-being for a great many people, as well as supporting a sector of the economy that's been very hard hit over many years. One interesting fact that I'm going to keep on repeating fairly regularly is that the Arts Council gives out twice as much money as Sport England, and therefore it's really important that we access the Arts Council's funds, and the culture strategy helps us to do that. We do have a number of very serious long-term issues that we need to fund. and that was partly highlighted by Councillor Rowling when he talked about the capital spend project, capital spend decisions taken in December. There were a number of refurbishments that had to be delayed because we could not fund them. We've only funded things to do with health and safety. I'm also very pleased to report the success of ACED, the Arts and Culture East Devon grassroots network, which is being very successful and is hoping to bring together those in our cultural sector who may not be aware of each other. And the networking there that's going on is very important. We've got cultural recovery work, and hopefully, and most importantly, with the help of the Arts Council in the long term, there will be cultural regeneration with the Exmouth Cultural Hub, which promises to be something of considerable potential. Okay, that's it for free at the moment, but happy to answer any questions that members of the committee may have. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Hookway. Okay, if I can go to Councillor Bonetta next, please. As he kindly let Councillor Hookway go first.
Thank you very much, Chair. I will just jump in. Obviously, I'm a little bit biased here as the assistant portfolio holder under Councillor Hookway, but I'd also like to just offer a quick personal interest as the special responsibility holder at Hoddesdon Town Council for Arts, Culture and Heritage. So I'm a bit of a double hatter here. Really, what I wanted to say is to pretty much offer my full support for this service plan. As you can imagine, I've gone through it in quite some detail. It's the area of the council I'm probably most interested in personally as a member, as well as my role as an assistant portfolio holder. And I think that this service plan is exactly what we need to be doing over the coming year. Obviously, Overview and Scrutiny have just sent off a further resolution on the funding of car parks to Cabinet. So I would be massively supportive of any move to accept the extra funding that the Countryside and Leisure Service Plan was asking for in terms of a staff member for Manor Pavilion through that extra funding. But also, I just say on a broader note that as a council, that we have certain areas that we bring in money through at the moment through car parks, etc., etc. However, when we look to the future, when we look to other councils, we are going to need to look for other streams of revenue, for other services to really invest in and boost our economy and boost our tourism. There is no reason why we can't follow the lead of the cities or even be more ambitious than many of the city councils across the country in really using arts and culture to its full advantage across East Devon. And I would be massively supportive in the future of really investing in arts and culture in order to not only support the rest of our council services, but to support the residents of East Devon. Obviously, we've gone through a very difficult time over the last 2 years. That's all I really had to say. Yes, offering my full support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bonetta. I'm going to take Councillor Rickson next, as she's not actually on Overview or Scrutiny. So Councillor Rickson, please, if that's okay, Sue.
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I must say I'm really pleased with the service plan that has been produced by Charlie. I think he's got one of the most delightful service plans with so many areas that I'm interested in. I know that he was looking for some budgetary support from the climate area. And I just wondered what his plans are in terms of perhaps making a 10% reduction on carbon reduction this year, what he possibly might highlight. And if we were lucky enough to get some areas where we could plant trees, which hopefully would be in the Seaton Wetlands area maybe, or something like that. There are obviously tree grants available, I believe, so we wouldn't have to find the money ourselves. Perhaps you would like to confirm some of these points, please, Charlie.
Over to you, Charlie.
Thank you, Chair. Certainly can do. So with the carbon reduction, the electrification of our vehicles is obviously a key one that I know has been looked at across all of John's departments. So I'll be certainly discussing with Andrew Hancock on that. I know he's got some or made some inquiries into particular 4x4 provision. So that could make a big reduction to our own service carbon footprint. I think also we're looking to continue our online delivery, as I mentioned, Marianne, around the digital sort of platform, rather than bringing necessarily people to events and activities, say at the gallery or some of our local nature reserves. We can deliver important messages and activities, again, using our digital platforms, which would help to reduce the necessity to drive. Public transport, we know, is quite challenging in East Devon, particularly in the rural areas, so we need to be very aware of how we do that. And I think there's just a general a view at the moment about how we can bring forward significant carbon capture projects. And I mentioned the issue around additional intertidal habitat. It's not just about tree planting, but also it's creating more wetlands. And we have an opportunity to do that again with the purchase of additional land on Seaton wetlands, which can help to deliver some significant reductions in terms of our carbon footprint. So a combination of those areas, and I'd be very keen to bring forward more proposals if they become apparent for land acquisition. That may upset Simon and all his plans on the capital budget, but certainly as portfolio holder for climate change, if we can bring forward, and we tested the water, as you know, last year, keen to do that again. I don't think we should be put off by unsuccessfully being outbid. We know, how competitive it is. So those are the sort of areas, Chair, that I would like to, suggest to Marianne. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. Does that answer all of your questions, Marianne?
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay. I think it was Councillor Woodward next. Could you clarify, Sue, please?
Yes, it was Councillor Woodward, Chair.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just by way of an update for overview committee members, you may remember it was 18 months ago when Councillor Hookway was Chair. Back in autumn 2020, we were discussing mental health challenge, and I can pleased to report that 18 months later, we do have the mental health challenge coordinator in place. I was speaking with her earlier this morning, so it's in her second week. But it's so important for support of the service plan we just heard about from Charlie, for all the things like the green spaces, the health and welfare and well-being aspects of that report, to enable our officer to have a full part to support that and be involved in taking that forward. So I'm fully supportive of this service plan. I think it's excellent. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Woodward. Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I'm following neatly on from Councillor Woodward's comments. I was very proud when I was in Cabinet to contribute towards us joining the Mental Health Challenge, proposing a mental health champion, which Councillor Woodward is, and investing in that area with an officer, which I think is a fantastic investment. And I think this item really neatly follows us on from the previous one on car parks, in that with more funding, we are going to be able to be more proactive in this area. I will not claim to be an expert on arts and culture, as the leader of the council certainly is, and I can see he has his hand up, and Councillor Bonetta. But I know that they are levers for good, for economic prosperity in local areas, and they're good for mental health and well-being of local residents too. And that both of those things are going to have long-term benefits for our council's finances. So the more we can support Charlie and his team on what is a discretionary service, but I don't think we should be misled by, I don't think we should be distracted by that. Just because it's not a statutory service doesn't mean that it's not hugely important and is worth investing as much as we can into. So I wanted to endorse the comments already made, endorse the plan. I don't have any questions, but if there was a need to be a seconder to Councillor Bonetta's proposal to endorse all aspects of the plan, I would be happy to do that. Thanks very much, Chair. I wanted to thank all the officers involved in all of these fantastically proactive projects. throughout the district. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. I think we're all painfully aware, especially over the last couple of years, of what the difference is, what we're told we have to do and what we're told we can do. And out of those, which is the most, sometimes the more important. And I agree completely that something like this, you know, going out to go for a walk in the countryside, etc., mental health issues, etc., this is such an important thing to take on board. So we appreciate all of the work that all of the officers have done on this. I've got Councillor Arnott left to speak. I think it's going to be nice and brief for me.
If you remember, my pledge, Chair, was to not speak on the last item again.
I didn't like to say anything.
Didn't say anything. Okay, I will be brief. As Councillor Miller kindly teed me up, now I'm 60. I've been working in, I suppose, what might be called arts and culture for 40 years. And the lesson the arts and culture sector learned painfully and correctly by about the end of the 80s and had transformed their ways by the 90s is if you put schemes forward and they don't wash their face financially, they will collapse. So that's not a party political neoliberal neocon view of the arts. That is just the reality of it. So it was very important to me, and I'm, you know, sorry to flatter him, but delighted that Nick took up this entirely new role of portfolio holder for culture, leisure, tourism and sport, in the hope that he would be able to work with Charlie and John Golding and Anne Mountjoy and many other officers to begin to unite this strategy. Now, the reason that matters is because we need to give due credit to work that has been done in the past. The Seaton Wetlands, for example, was done entirely under previous administrations, Conservative administrations, and it's amazing. And I hope, you know, all Conservatives appreciate that we've treated that legacy with respect and supported it as well. But we have set a different tone in other areas. So by setting up the LED monitoring forum, that was absolutely crucial. As Charlie rightly pointed out, it's our biggest area of spend, and we did need a bit more democratic oversight in that. And I'm really pleased that that has happened. By setting up arts and culture, that is another area for full interaction with the local organisations involved in these areas. By reinvigorating, just as importantly really, the Queen's Drive Committee as well around Exmouth, and what are likely to be wonderful possibilities there moving ahead now, where again we need to do some things that wipe their face financially, but there's a possibility of bringing real vision into the linkage between the seafront and the town. So, you know, finally, Chair, all I would say is this, is that the last I heard, and these figures go all over the place, you know, tourism was 32% of our economy. There is an economic reason to do what is being done here, which I am sure underpins discretionary to what this service provides. You know, for every person who goes to a seafront and buys an ice cream and a fish and chips, a la Councillor Hartnell, who, you know, pays to park for half an hour and then zooms out straight away. Sorry, Marcus. There's somebody else who then stays on a bit, buys the theatre ticket, goes to the cinema, hangs around for a jazz or folk festival or whatever, and they keep on spending. They start going into the restaurants as well. They think, shall we stay overnight in the B&Bs? Declaration of interest, my wife and I have a tiny B&B. So this underpins the economy, and what we need to be able to do now is to grow this sector, and I hope we'll have news of this coming forward in the next few months, to provide higher level job opportunities as well in this sector, because if we can do that, that enables us to retain more of our local young people in the area doing high level jobs. So I think you can pair it with the amazing work that's happened in the enterprise zone, and again, due credit to the previous Conservative administrations for going with that. You know, it is absolutely crucial, those relationships there, and I think we can look to have jobs created that are in the other cultural sector as well. The last thing I'll say, Chair, is that probably the fastest growing technological sector in the United Kingdom is video games. Now, listen, you know, I've only ever played one video game and I lost to my then 5-year-old son. But the reality is this area is huge, and that's about broadband connectivity and whatever. So finally, Chair, I'd just really like to thank the officers on this sincerely. You know, Nick has only been in post, forgive me, Nick, I don't know, since February last year, I think. So, you know, it's a year, and they've made incredible strides. Yeah, that's enough from me. Oh, and well done, Tony, on the mental health challenge and the mental health officer coming through. And to the officers who've made that possible. This is going to be crucial. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Arnott. Okay. So now we're going to go to the vote. Okay, is that how you wish to do it, Henry? We'll do each vote individually on 8A, 8B, etc. Is that the easiest way? Probably.
Can you do each? Yeah, do each service plan, please.
Okay, and we'll do it overview and then scrutiny. Okay, so just for clarification for members that are voting, at this moment we are voting on agenda item 8A, Countryside and Leisure Services Plan 2022 to 2023. Just ignore my phone, I am. So that's what we're voting on at this precise moment. All questions should have been answered. Is everybody completely clear on what we're voting on? Excellent. Okay, so I will ask overview first. So I'm now inviting members of the overview committee to vote in favour, against or abstain. Green tick for in favour, red cross for against, and hands up to abstain. This is recommending the adoption of the Countryside and Leisure Service Plan and its key service objectives to Cabinet. Okay, so this is just members of overview, please. Thank you.
Okay, Chair, we have 11 votes in favour, green ticks.
Excellent, thank you, Sue. Okay, and exactly the same question for scrutiny, members. Okay, if Sue could clear the board briefly, yep. Thank you. Same question for scrutiny, in favour, green tick, against, red cross, abstain, hands up. Thank you.
Okay, Chair, we have 8 votes in favour. No, sorry, 9 votes in favour, green ticks, and 1 abstention. Raised hand.
Thank you, Sue. Okay, Henry?
Yeah, so both committees have accepted that. Thank you, Chair. We can move on to B, which is...
Thank you. Now, I thought I saw, is Andrew here? Yes, he is. Excellent. Thank you. So we're now on to agenda item 8B, environmental health and car parks. Now, we've had a very, very long discussion on car parks already. So if we could not please go over and over and over exactly the same things that we've already discussed for 2 hours previously, I would be very grateful. So if I could invite the service leader, Andrew Ennis, to present the plan and key service objectives, please. Andrew, over to you. I'm sure I saw him. Yep.
He did rejoin the meeting, Chair. I don't know if he's having problems with a connection or anything.
Yeah, I can't see him.
Can't see him in the list.
Chair, can I help? It's John.
That would be great, John, if you can. I can see Andrew on my list, but I can't see his microphone or his camera. So if you're happy to take it on board, John, that would be great. Thank you.
Yeah, it's completely unrehearsed, I should say, and I'm just looking at Andrew's objectives now. Obviously, a key part of the objectives going forward for the environmental health and car parks team is finishing off the work that they've been heavily involved in terms of the pandemic. The response and recovery element is a key part of Andrew's service plan, and a number of our officers have been dedicated towards supporting business and assisting with some of the community groups, food banks, and those sorts of things. So that's going to be a focus for the foreseeable future. And then there's a whole section on environmental protection. A lot of this stuff goes on under the radar, but Andrew and his team, I've just had a message that Andrew's back, so he might want to take over and do a better job than I
He's
can.
done that Terminator thing where he says he's back. And Andrew, would you like to save Paul John from having to do another speech? No, he's still going to push you under that bus, John. You have to carry on going, I'm afraid.
Yeah. So a lot of these things go on under the radar, but are really important in terms of fly tipping, litter control, enforcement type work, core historic public health work. So that's going to be a priority going forward to maintain those services. And then you'll see a section relating to commercial premises. So our commercial team that again do their work fairly quietly, but ensure that the property, the premises that we might eat in, restaurants, pubs, food premises, comply with the various hygiene standards and are of a good quality. And again, a lot of that team's work has been in relation to the COVID response and recovery, and so that's probably going to continue for a few more months. And then there's a number of objectives relating to private sector housing. So members will recall that just over a year ago, we moved private sector housing from housing into environmental health. And so they have a number of activities relating to empty homes, bringing empty homes back into use, which helps with our housing problems, and ensuring that the private sector housing comes up to minimum standards. So again, there's an important enforcement role in terms of ensuring private sector tenants are safe in houses in multiple occupation and private rented properties. And then there's some stuff in there around private sector water supplies, where again it's enforcement work that often goes under the radar, but we ensure that private water supplies meet minimum standards. And then in that team, there's a group of objectives that relate to public health that I touched on earlier. And our climate change officer is located in the environmental health team. So there's a number of objectives in the plan that relate to climate change and link directly back with our climate change strategy and action plan. So you can see a lot of those are being progressed, and they're on page 48 and 49. So I'll pause there, Chair, and try and answer any questions.
Excellent, thank you, John. And for stepping into the breach at such short notice. What I'm going to do is...
Chair, can you hear me? I think I've managed to get a connection on my mobile phone.
Excellent. Okay, Andrew, did you want to add anything? John's gone through the report for you. Would you like to add anything?
I could hear everything. It's just you couldn't hear me, Chair. So all I really wanted to add, if I may, is that I'm actually quite worried about the future. We've talked earlier in the budget about the unaffordable proposals that we've put forward. I just wanted to draw out just a little bit without doom and gloom, just the bits that I'm worried about delivering. We've got new council priorities. We really want to focus the service to work through what we do now to really tackle the climate emergency, absolutely, and the poverty agenda, and to continue the really strong health and wellbeing theme. But with existing resources, I don't even think we're just about managing. I'm really worried that those kind of prerequisite environmental health services that you will take for granted are at breaking point, or perhaps in some cases have broken. We're not on top of antisocial behaviour at all. We've seen a massive increase over the last 2 years, and we need to put some new resource into that. We're really not where we should be on emergency planning and business continuity. I'm quite grateful to our existing community safety officer who's stepped into the breach, brilliantly for the last year or so, but he's neglecting his day job. We've got a lot of work coming through the Community Safety Partnership. We've got to work in partnership with other authorities to tackle issues like modern slavery and violent crime. There's an expectation on us to deliver, and we're not even managing to do the day job. So that officer, that community safety officer, can't carry on doing the emergency planning and business continuity work. The pandemic has tested us hot on the heels of the Brexit preparation. A succession of weather events and flooding events keep us on standby. We need to step up our emergency response to maintain that resilience. So I'm worried a gap's emerged there. On a more down-to-earth basis, I'm really worried about the number of complaints we receive about irresponsible dog ownership. We cut the dog warden service several years ago now. It seemed okay, but I think the pandemic has amplified the problems, and I think most of the members on the call today will have had a succession of complaints about irresponsible dog ownership, and either dogs where they shouldn't be, dogs not under control, or dog fouling, and I really want to put some resource back into that area in the coming year. We've also got a whole raft of new legislation on animal welfare and the licensing of various premises for whether that be pet shop sales or animal breeding, which is a massive growth area, or just animal boarding. We haven't got the resources to do that properly at the moment. And then on top of that, we've had massive issues in recruiting and retaining staff. I've had 2 experienced officers resign this week, actually moving on. Their shoes are hard to fill. And part of the proposal of the coming years, I really want to reinstate the environmental health students, effectively an apprentice role. So each year we take someone on a low salary, admittedly, to start growing our own professionals year on year, because I think it's the only way we're going to get back on top of all of these prerequisite regulatory services. And if they're working well, we can start to focus on the real priorities, which is where I started. So without repeating myself, they're my concerns, members.
Okay, thank you, Andrew. I think we're all painfully aware that, especially during the pandemic, a lot of people went out and they were working from home, so they went out and they bought lovely little bundles of fluff that they forget the fact that when they go back to work, those bundles of fluff still need to be walked, they still need to be catered for, and they are causing quite a lot of grief, and it's not the dog's fault, obviously. Okay, I have got in front of me 6 people wishing to speak. Okay, if we could stick, because it's been quite a long meeting already, if we could stick to the facts. We're all very appreciative of all of the officers' work. We know how hard they're working. What we don't need is half a dozen people all saying thank you very much and taking up valuable time. We all are very, very appreciative of all of the officers' work. We know how hard they all work. So if we could go to those outside of the committees first, and I believe, Sue, if you could tell me whether or not it's Councillor Rixon or Councillor Young first, I would be grateful.
Councillor Rixon first, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Rixon, please.
Thank you, Chair. I would just like to say that Catherine has only been with us for 6 months, but she has worked really hard, and she's been involved in helping to prepare, I think, the service plans both for housing and street scene, which I think is why there's a bit more evidence in there about how they're going to deal with carbon reduction. She's also created 2 films which have been produced to support residents in reducing their energy use. One was about the food waste reduction, which is an important message. But her main aims have been to reduce our in-house carbon emissions simultaneously with working with external partners. And it is to be hoped that because we've got the co-cars, that this will help the council as a whole to reduce carbon emissions overall. If they can use them for business miles, this will be much appreciated. She's also got other plans, but a lot of these are highlighted in the report. So I'll just leave it at that because we've obviously got a shortage of time. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Rixon. On my list, I've got Councillor Jeff Young next, as he's not in scrutiny or overview. Is that correct with you, Sue?
It is, Chair.
Excellent, thank you. Councillor Young.
Yeah, as this is under most of my portfolio, although partly with Marianne. I would like to say thank you to Andrew for, again, doing a wonderful job. I share his concerns with the funding for the service, and now the concerns on the staffing levels. We have to provide this job. It's highly important. Environmental health is so critical, and we have to inspect these premises, etc. So it's a job that we have to do. So if we can throughout the year see if we can aim to get some funds to help this area out, I'd appreciate it. Well, as you realise, we haven't got the funding for everything, but this is going to be critical for us moving forward this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Okay, I've got 4 other hands up, all of which are on scrutiny or overview. Who's next in our list, Sue, please?
Councillor Wright.
Councillor Wright, then, please.
Thank you, Chair. I must declare an interest. I'm an owner of a bundle of fluff, and I have been for some time, and I totally echo Andrew's concerns. I've had lots of complaints about dog owners ignoring the dog bans on beaches. So I would support any assistance to enable them to get their resources back to deal with that. But I just want to raise a new subject, which has just really come to the fore, and it ties in with what Scrutiny discussed the other week about effluent in our rivers. It's beach water quality. As Andrew Ennis will know, that I played a very big role in promoting quality of bathing waters in the area. And while the efforts and the warnings now just operate throughout the main bathing season, which is deemed to be the 1st of May to the end of September, I am aware, as anybody who walks along our seafronts will be aware, that swimming in the sea is now a year-long occupation. And I would invite the Environment Agency, and it cuts across street scene, to negotiate or to liaise to see if we can arrange to have the same warning system which pertains throughout the summer to be operating throughout the winter to affect our beaches, or to inform people who are using our beaches. The water authorities say that they do provide the information. It is available with regard to sewage outfalls, but it doesn't seem to get to the public domain. And I'm just wondering if there's any chance or any opportunity to actually improve that season, improve that service to protect our water users throughout the year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Was that your dog joining in? You mentioned an interest at the beginning. I'm assuming it's a personal interest as opposed to pecuniary, just for Henry's records?
No, I just said I got a bundle of fluff who will probably be jumping on my lap any moment. Thank you.
Ah, okay. I would take it as a personal interest then. Okay, thank you. Sue, who's next on our list, please?
Councillor Miller, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Miller, please.
Thanks, Chair. By the sounds of it, the dogs are reacting quite badly to this item. Anyway, it is, I mean, I just wanted to not thank in the traditional sense, but for being so candid about the situation that we're facing. And I think that's really important, Chair, that Andrew Ennis highlighted it just so candidly and simply for us, of how acute the problem is in his department. I speak from a knowledge of being involved in antisocial behaviour cases in my ward, and at the moment concerns about irresponsible dog ownership, to know that, you know, resources in these areas would be really, really helpful for our communities. I'm not going to go further on that. I'd actually quite like to actually hone in on something that hasn't been discussed by members so far, which is on private sector housing. Now, I never fully understood the rationale for when that moved from the housing service over to environmental health. I'm sure there was good reason for it. But on there, I think that work is so incredibly important, one of which is to investigate second homes to find any incorrect council tax banding. That's very important for us to be resourcing, in my opinion, because that is making sure that we're getting revenue into the council and taxing second homes as they should be taxed, and they should be taxed more, of course. Also on long-term empty homes, I think that's hugely important as well. And my question, therefore, would be, on all of those bullet points, Andrew referred to a number of areas that he didn't feel were adequately resourced at the moment. Would he include that one as well? It's just one I think is hugely important as well. To finish, I really hope that once there's a report to Cabinet on the proposals from the car parks earlier, I truly hope that there's some money in the budget to help Andrew's department out, because I think it's important for our resilience in these areas, and to continue offering some kind of service that, to be honest, residents are increasingly expecting that we do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Andrew, do you have a reply to Councillor Miller's question?
If I may, Chair, yes, that specifically is works in progress. We are making progress, particularly with the vacant properties. Some good progress, but I'm perhaps happy to take this offline and meet with Councillor Miller to explore what else it is we perhaps could put in there. It's not part of the current ask, but it could be an area that I certainly would be interested in developing and growing. So perhaps take it offline and develop the thinking that way.
Thank you, Andrew. Is that acceptable for you, Councillor Miller?
Yes, definitely. Thank you. I'm grateful for that.
Thank you very much. Sue, I've got 2 speakers left. Who's first, please?
Councillor Chapman.
Councillor Chapman, please.
Thank you, Chair. Can I ask Andrew, something has come to my attention, read the electric car parking points in our car parks. I'm being told that if there is a fire, that foam and water will not work because of the acid in the batteries in these electric cars. Have we got any update from the fire brigade before we go any further with this, or are we going to have to supply something in the car park to be used should there be a fire? If the fire brigade can't put the fire out, then we'll be in serious trouble, won't we, in a packed car park? And I haven't seen any reports on it. I was just wondering if you could give us any updates, or is it something in the pipeline, please, Chair? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chapman. Andrew, do you have a response?
Really concerned to hear that, actually, Councillor Chapman. It hasn't come up as an exceptional risk for us. I mean, it's industry-wide, obviously, the risk of charging a vehicle in this way, but I will make some further inquiries. It's certainly not something I've been made aware of as a specific risk, but logically it does follow, doesn't it? It's a new area. New risks will emerge as the battery charging industry develops, and the chargers that we're bringing in are very high powered, but they are in the open air. But I'll make further inquiries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrew, and for your candid response. Councillor Gardner, as the last one for this point.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to support what Andrew Ennis was saying about the strains and pressures on the officers in these areas that are very public facing. We have a lot of areas where we need people answering phones, answering complaints, and actually providing the services that we are charging residents for. And this kind of touches on the point I raised earlier when I asked Simon about the impact of not putting money into some of these service areas, whether it would cost us money. And I think what we should be perhaps thinking about, and I'll remind myself about this when I get to vote on this budget at full council, is that where we have opportunities to raise charges for residents for things that are obviously a choice, like car parking and so on, that we have to make sure that the money that we're raising wherever possible goes back into our staff, because otherwise we are going to run into a problem where we are charging residents more through council tax and direct charging like car parks and toilets and so on, But what they actually experience is a decline in services because we don't have the staff to do the tasks that they need to do in good time and to do them to a very high standard. And some areas that we would like to be supporting our residents, we simply can't because we don't have the people. And I think that's the worst of both worlds for residents. So whilst we have to have a balanced budget, and that's one of the main reasons for putting charges up and council tax, we've also got to make sure that if we're putting up the charges a little bit more, that we're not therefore not supporting the services. If that makes sense, I think that's something I need to bear in mind, and I think we all do, that we can't expect the staff to keep going over and above their jobs and giving us good services. We have to look to prioritise putting any money that we have spare back into those areas. And if there are some services that end up getting shut or we have to charge more in order to do that, I think we have to. Otherwise, the quality of everything that we do goes down. And that's just wrong too. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Gardner. Okay, so I don't have any more speakers. Andrew, is there anything else that you wish to say on this before we go for the vote? I think you've pleaded your case very well, and quite rightly so.
No, nothing further from me. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we are now voting on agenda item 8B, environmental health and car parks. Okay. So I would invite members of the overview committee first to vote. In favour, green tick, against red cross, or to abstain, wave of, little hand thing, from recommending adoption of the environmental health and car park service plan and its key service objectives to cabinet. So this is overview first then, please.
Okay, Chair, we have currently 9 votes in favour, 9 green ticks and 1 abstention.
Thank you, Sue. Excellent. If we could just clear those when you have a moment, please. Thank you. And I ask the same question of members of scrutiny. A green tick for yes, a red cross for no, and a little wave of the hand for abstaining.
I have 11 green ticks in favour.
Excellent. Over to you, Henry. Confirm.
Yes, so that's both committees agreeing with the service plan for environmental health and car parks. So on to housing, Chair. Thank you.
Excellent. Woo-hoo. Right. Okay. Thank you, everybody, and thank you, Andrew and John, for your comments and putting forward the plan for us. Thank you. Okay, so we're on to agenda item 8C, housing. Okay, I will be asking the service lead, Amy Gilbert-Jeans, to put forward. So I'd like to invite her to put forward the plan and key service objectives, if I may. I'm sure I've seen her name on here.
Yeah, good afternoon, Chair. Sorry, I need to, I assume you can hear me to start with.
Yes.
Yes, I just need to apologise. You can't see me. I'm having some technical issues at Exmouth Town Hall as well, so I've not been able to get a camera working, but hopefully you can hear me. I do have a few slides that I've put together as well. I'm just sharing my screen, but it's telling me that the host has disabled participant screen sharing. Is that a...
I've just made you co-host, Jamie.
Lovely. Thank you. That's brilliant. So if you could just let me know when you can see my screen, that would be helpful.
We can see it.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So just before I start, I did have Joe Garfoot here with me also this morning, but I think due to the time going on, we've missed Joe now. So I'm flying solo. You'll probably be aware that I've just returned from 14 months of maternity leave. So I may be a bit rusty in some areas, but I will do my very best to take us through this today. So I have popped this slide on as a bit of a scene setter, if you like. This demonstrates to me what I consider to be our overarching priorities in the housing service, and they underpin, if you like, the themes and the content of the service plan that you'll see before you. I'm absolutely sure none of these headlines will come as any surprise to you. So the top one, more affordable homes, certainly no surprises there, something we know that we are constantly striving for. You will pick up reference to our new housing task force. That's obviously a piece of work that we've recently started. There is reference to that in the service plan, and I'm pleased to say that that's progressing well, with recruitment for some of those key roles currently being undertaken at the moment. The second priority there, homelessness and rough sleeping. Again, you won't be surprised to hear that COVID has brought us some real challenges in this area, and I have to say there's no sign of that easing up just yet. We published our homelessness and rough sleeper strategy, I think approximately 18 months ago now. And as members will be aware, this strategy very much underpins all of the work we do in that area. It's a key document in terms of our suite of strategies that sort of oversees my service area. We've needed to increase resources in this area. Members will recall us bringing requests over the past 12 months to do that. So we have increased funding for additional resources. We've done that through our general fund, but pleasingly, we've also been able to get hold of government grant funding in this area too. And that's particularly been targeting some of the work we do with rough sleepers and our ability to increase support in that area. The final point there, council homes fit for purpose and satisfied tenants. I guess this is a real core of what it is that we're aiming to achieve in my service. So ensuring that tenants remain satisfied in their homes. But that also, and you'll see from some of the wording there, captures a number of our responsibilities in relation to the state of properties, so compliance, health and safety, and it captures the real sharp end stuff such as gas compliance and fire safety. And I know we've touched a bit around, John touched a bit on that earlier in terms of those sort of real high risk areas of the service that we deliver. Does go much further than that in terms of the role we have in offering a quality of life for our residents, and you'll be aware of the sort of intrinsic links, if you like, between home and well-being, and we pick up that in many areas of my service. For example, the support that the sheltered housing team offer to people living in our sheltered properties, also the extensive programme of community development that we've had in place for many years now. But taking that one stage further, that's about linking in with our colleagues in countryside, in street scene and environmental health, and we all work together in terms of what we're aiming to achieve, and John highlighted that well this morning in terms of that link to public health and the health and wellbeing agenda. So I've pulled out a key objective here that I just wanted to sort of talk in a little bit more detail to you about today, because this to me is a really, really important objective in this year's service plan. And linking in with what I was just saying about, you know, the quality of home and making sure tenants are satisfied in their properties, I wanted to draw your attention to the completion of the stock condition survey. And you will reference, this is referenced throughout the service plan. It comes up in various areas about the need to complete this project. And it probably won't be unfamiliar to members. You may be aware that we set out to achieve this a couple of years ago. We failed, mainly due to COVID getting in the way. But pleasingly, Joe and the team have been working really hard over the last 12 months in order to pull this project forward. And I'm pleased to say that works are about to commence imminently now. So the points I've made up here very quickly, I'm just going to canter through these. So you'll see this is about capturing up-to-date data on our stock. And what that's intended to do, what I'm intending here to show you these links is just how critical that is in terms of how we move forward from where we are. And that question on the right there, is our stock fit for purpose, is an absolutely key question now that we need to ask ourselves. The points underneath that, so I've touched on Compliance and Building Safety Act. So what we've got to start doing is understanding the requirements and the raft of legislation that's coming through in terms of the Building Safety Act. What do we need to do to our properties to make sure that they are compliant, is one critical thing we need to consider. This links very closely with the decarbonisation agenda. What we know is that this gives us the opportunity to assess our stock from an energy efficiency perspective. We know considerable investment is required in this area. And again, this is about pulling the data together in order for us to be able to assess what we need to do and start pulling then together some really large scale plans to be able to improve the performance of our stock from an energy efficiency perspective. All of this data that we collect then leads itself into a robust asset management strategy, and that is an absolutely key objective in terms of what we have to achieve over the next 12 months. We have to have that robust asset management strategy in place, because what that then does is that then informs our housing revenue account 30-year business plan, which is in place, of course, but needs a real refresh. All that data then informs that plan, and then touching upon what Simon picked up on earlier about those difficult decisions and those big decisions that we need to make, all of that should enable us to have the information, have the data, so that we can start making some of those decisions in how we go forward. So other key priorities, risks, I just wanted to, again, just very quickly run through. I am aware that it's lunchtime now for you. So there are some carried over objectives from the 2021-22 Housing Service Plan. Wanted to be very honest with you about that, because there are objectives in there that we didn't achieve last year that I have carried over into this plan. I share the pain, if you like, from Andrew's perspective in relation to some of the recruitment challenges. I am also feeling that pain very much. It's absolutely critical, for all the reasons that Andrew outlined, that we have the right people in the right positions, and we are really, really struggling. And one area of that I want to highlight, you would note in the chart that John brought up, there was quite a few vacancies in housing, but you would have noted that some of them come in one area, and that's property and assets. So really struggling for surveyors at the moment. We have a number of posts that have remained vacant for some time. That is impacting day-to-day service delivery, and that's a real worry for me. That links into another of the core objectives in the plan, which is the establishment of an actual compliance team. So we've been talking for a long time about how much more we have to do in this area now, and for many years we had one officer covering all compliance, and that's just not acceptable. So what we took to the Housing Review Board a few months ago was a proposal that we needed to establish a whole team. Pleasingly, this was supported, but now the challenge remains in terms of actually finding the people to put into that team and making sure that they're covering what we need them to do. That links with the next point I've made around risk of service failure. I suppose I don't need to point out the risks involved with not keeping up with compliance in terms of gas safety, fire safety, and that is something that I would say is really, really worrying me at the moment in terms of the risk. We've certainly upped that on our risk register in terms of the risk of service failure, and it remains a key priority currently in terms of trying to get those positions filled so that we can have some more reassurance that we are doing everything we need to do in that area. It's right for me to mention poverty agenda. Obviously, the work of the poverty panel is going to guide and we'll be looking to that for that to oversee a lot of the work we do. It's not getting any better, for some of the families and individuals that we work with, we're being presented with more complex problems. Officers are under increased pressure to try and deal with some of that. And I think as we look ahead, that is only looking to get worse. So the poverty theme you will see throughout the housing service plan, and we see that as a key area of focus for us. It's right for me to mention the integrated asset management contract and that question, is it delivering what we set it out to achieve? Well, we're almost 3 years in now. Fair to say that the first year presented us with some real challenges, and we had some teething problems when we made that transition. And then COVID hit, which saw a brand new set of challenges, and our attention very much had to switch in a different direction in order just to get through the pandemic with some sort of service running for our tenants. So that came at us sideways. We've been slowly sort of beginning to return to normal, although there are many restrictions still in place. But it's very much time for us to review where we are now and ensure that we are delivering what we set out to achieve. and that is one area of work following my return that I will be working very closely on. So I feel like I brought you all down a bit there, so I'll lift you all up now in terms of some opportunities. I've already mentioned the housing task force, so I'm very excited about working closely with that new team as they are formed. That links in very carefully back to my diagram I showed you about the importance of having up-to-date data, because what we will be able to do when that data starts coming in is looking at value and looking at actually saying, well, you know, what's required to make a certain block of flats, if you like, compliant, actually is a better option, demolishing that block of flats and starting again. And that's where I'm going to be having some very interesting discussions with the Housing Task Force. So that's very exciting. There is an emphasis on climate change throughout the plan, as you would expect. I look at that from a different angle as well in terms of our influence as a landlord. So as well as all the things around our carbon footprint and all the things that we obviously need to do to our housing stock, which I've touched upon, this is also about our influence as a landlord and our day-to-day contact with thousands of people across the district, and what we need to be doing to be driving the green agenda and supporting them in terms of lifestyle choices. So that's a sort of unique role that we have, I feel, in housing to be able to do that. There is an objective in there around home safeguard. Now, we have been and still are in the process of undertaking quite an in-depth review of the home safeguard service. For a long time, you know, we've talked about the commercial opportunities that might be available there. And that's something that I don't want to lose sight of, hence we have popped it in there as an objective. We're not ready to bring those proposals forward, but we're looking very carefully at that area in terms of what might be possible. And there's certainly some opportunities. And I know that I can remember, you know, being here 2 years ago, talking quite in depth about some of those commercial opportunities with home safeguard. I've just mentioned the demands, touched upon the recently launched social housing white paper. I know members will be aware of that. We are in the process of digesting it. I think it's fair to say there is a raft of new legislation coming in. We need to look very carefully at that. A lot of it is aimed around the stock and the condition of the stock and compliance, but also about customer voice and about how we are ensuring we have the tenants involved in our day-to-day decision making and how they are helping us to shape the service. I think we're pretty good at that, but of course we need to take on board some of the proposals that are coming forward in that white paper. So again, a key area for us to focus on over the next 12 months. And I'm finally just going to mention our mental health strategy. So we've not had a housing mental health strategy before, and I'm excited to be able to present that to the Housing Review Board tomorrow morning for adoption. We've touched upon this at the meeting already this morning in various points. I don't think I need to sort of rehearse with members in terms of the impact that people presenting with complex mental health problems has on some of my teams, and about how we have struggled to manage that in the past when it manifests into issues such as antisocial behaviour. But we, you know, need to pull all that together now in terms of we have a strategy. That strategy is also about working very closely with partners and other services that will support us with some of these problems that we face. And we've also, I'm pleased to report that we've also recently recruited our first mental health officer in housing, who is going to work closely alongside our mobile support officers to again focus very much on that area. And finally, just to finish with a nice picture, this is Whitford. This is Orchard Close in Whitford. These are some bungalows that we've recently used Green Home Grants funding. And you can see the solar panels there. We've also installed air source heat pumps. We've done a fabric first approach. So we've done a lot of work on the insulation, the doors, the windows, and we're really proud of what we've achieved here. We've got, you know, a long way to go, but I had the pleasure of being taken up to these bungalows a few weeks ago, and I knocked on the doors and talked to some residents about how it feels to live in these properties, and it was really good, really positive feedback, both from the experience of having the work undertaken on their properties, which, as you can imagine, I was quite interested in from a contractor perspective, but also the benefits of living in these properties. So I thought I'd just finish there, Chair, with a nice picture. Thank you very much. Hopefully I haven't taken up too much time. Happy to answer any questions.
Excellent. Thank you, Amy. Much appreciated. And thank you for yourself and all the other officers for all of your hard work. If we could go back to not screen sharing, Sue, please.
Amy, can you just...
Yes. Okay, hang on. Let me
see if I can
see what I'm doing here.
Okay, in the meantime, it is 1:15. The meeting's due to finish at 1:30.
Yeah.
Is there any possibility that the majority of councillors can stay until 2 so that we can get these last 2 items zipped through? I did say when we were talking about car parking that, you know, if we talk for ages, it's going to linger. Is that all right with everybody? It's just, it'll be a lot easier that way than trying to bump it over onto Monday's meeting, which will then make that one even longer. All right, our officer's okay with that, she says. Should have asked you first. Is that okay? Right. So if we can just stick to the relevant points, please, that would be muchas gracias. I think we'll go to Councillor Armstrong first. Your portfolio is in here, so I shall go to you first.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. And bearing in mind the time limitations, I'm very, very mindful of that. I just want to say a few words very briefly. I want to thank Amy very much for her presentation. And it's really good to welcome her back following her maternity leave. And as much as, and I also want to thank Jo Garfoot. Unfortunately, she's had to leave, as Amy mentioned. She's had to leave before we finish. But she did a brilliant job as acting up as housing service lead during that time and sort of hit the ground running in Amy's absence. And it's almost like Amy is doing the same thing now. She's coming back in and she's hitting the ground running again. So thank you to both of them for working so well together. I also want to thank all the members of the various housing service teams, not only for their ongoing work, but also for the extra duties which they've had to undertake during the last couple of years during COVID, and the recruitment issues that we've already mentioned in various teams. It seems like all of our teams, not only in housing, but we're suffering from the recruitment issues, and that does have a real impact on the service we can provide. And just finally, I just want to say I fully support this housing service plan, and I recommend its approval to members, and hope that is approved. Thank you very much. That's all I want. I'd like to say more, but I don't want to take up too much time. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Armstrong. Now, I know that we've got quite a few people that wish to speak. If we can keep it very, very brief, what I would like to do, though, is obviously go to those outside first. And I believe Councillor Rowland probably wants to talk in his role as his capacity as portfolio holder for finance, as at this part, big chunk of that comes under this. Is that correct, Councillor Rowland?
No, it was actually a question I was going to ask, actually.
Oh, okay then. All right.
So thank you for trying to preempt what I was going to say. The question I had to Amy was, I was interested to also hear about the recruitment issues. And I suppose I'd like to have a better understanding about, there's been an analysis to understand exactly what the issues are. They're probably a mixture of a number of different things. So I don't know whether it's just down to the salary range, shortage of skills in our area, what's actually in the job description. For anybody that actually does come through to an interview, the reasons why they might be failing at interview. So I know there's a whole host of questions in there, but I'd just be interested to know, which is presumably being flagged up through personnel as well, about what the issues are that we might be able to tackle apart from just the financial side of it.
I would imagine, I'm sure that Amy would be happy to answer that, but I do think that possibly that's something that should be answered between the two of you as opposed to something that's being recorded.
Yes, Chair, I'm happy to get back directly on that one.
Yeah, I think that would probably be a bit more appropriate.
Okay,
everybody's
thank you.
okay with that. Thank you. If we go to Councillor Rickson, as she isn't on scrutiny or overview, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, Amy, for your comprehensive report. I'd just like to point out that obviously housing contributes substantially to carbon emissions in our district. second only to transport in terms of overall emissions. I know that some properties have already been retrofitted in terms of our own housing stock, but this is obviously an area which concerns me greatly, and I'm sure a lot of other people too, due to the impact that fuel poverty has on our residents. And we can anticipate future increases as from April, and this will have a knock-on effect in terms of impact on the work of revs and bends, unless the government does come up with some imaginative solution. So I'd be very interested to know year on year what the decrease in emissions, what decrease in emissions has been achieved with regard to our own housing stock. I set you that as a challenge. Thank you very much.
I'm sure Amy will rise to that challenge admirably.
Thank you.
Okay, I've got 3 speakers left on this subject. Who's next for us, Sue, please?
Councillor Miller.
Councillor Miller?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I wanted to focus on one of the items here on home safeguard, as it's has been a key interest of mine, and it came to Cabinet where Cabinet had the difficult decision to have to outsource it due to resourcing issues. It's obviously it's a hugely important service to the residents in supported housing. At that Cabinet meeting, it was agreed that there would be a report coming back to February Cabinet to look at the situation. There was an initial outsourcing contract. I just wanted to get some update on that, whether Cabinet will be looking to, and officers will be looking to extend that contract with AXA Health. I can't remember the Night Owl, I think they're called, yeah. Whether we're going to be looking to extend that in anticipation of a full review, or whether we are preparing to bring that back in-house again. It's just an issue I'm very, very interested in, and would appreciate any guidance that anybody would be able to bring, including confirmation of whether that report will indeed come to Cabinet as agreed. Thank you.
Okay, Chair, can I answer?
Yes, please, Amy, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Miller. So this is a project that has been left with Jo. Jo Garford is still working on it, and in no way am I passing the buck there in terms of her not being here this morning. I know that we are still struggling to recruit into those night positions, and that currently we still have that temporary contract in place, as you say, with Night Owl. My understanding, and perhaps John will correct me on this also, is that we're doing exactly as the first point that you raised. We are currently behind the scenes working up a number of options, looking at a full review of the service in terms of what direction that's going to go in. So in the short term, we have had to keep Night Owl in place. There are a number of options in terms of where we go. And as I understand it, we are going to be bringing that back to February Cabinet with a full in-depth report in terms of the future direction of travel. I will just refer to John in case I've been too brief there with the answer.
John, are you there?
Through you, Chair. Yes, of course, yeah. We're coming back to Cabinet. That's what we were asked to do. And as Amy says, this relates to the night service only. And we've tried on a number of occasions over the last 6 months or so to recruit to those nighttime posts. We've been unsuccessful to recruit to those posts. So in order to maintain the service, there's every likelihood that we'll be coming back to Cabinet and recommending that we extend the service with PPP Night Owl. They've done very well. It's not what we want to do though, but it seems at the moment the only way that we're able to maintain a service to what are often very vulnerable clients. So that's a likely content of the report that will come back to Cabinet for decision. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, John. Does that answer your question, Councillor Miller?
Yeah, that was really clearly answered. I wanted to thank the officers for answering that so clearly. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I've got Councillor Pook and Councillor Bonetta. I believe in that order, Sue.
Yes, exactly, Chair.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, it's good to see in the plan that the care taken and about the conditions for tenants. But I think what I and I'm sure other councillors get are the complaints about problem tenants and the time taken and the effort and the ability to actually address these, because problem tenants, sorry.
I'm going to go and kick it into the other room.
My landline will ring once a week, and it just decided to now. Yeah, and one of the problems we get I get called at is problem tenants and the ability to address the problems, because the problem tenants next door to either non-tenants or housing tenants are a big problem, as much as a leaky roof or something else. Yeah, smelly bins, bad behaviour and things. And I've had a couple of cases which have been going on for several years now. And I know COVID's had an impact, but I think, don't forget, look after the tenants, but also look into these problem tenants, because they cause problems for everyone. And we've got to have a swifter and an easier way of addressing these things, I think. Okay, that's it. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Pook. Councillor Bonetti, you're the last speaker before we go to the vote.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just wanted to raise a completely separate point to anything that's kind of been raised so far. And for that, I actually need to declare a personal interest as the chair and founder of Honiton Food Save. I noticed under the second council plan item, Greenery East Devon, into talking about the development of the Fair Share project, and I just wanted to raise a bit of hype around this. I think that actually that is a very key item here when we talk about our poverty strategy, working to help alleviate food poverty across East Devon. And I'm really excited actually to see in this service plan that that we plan on working with obviously supermarkets and Fair Share, as we have been doing. And I really want to thank one of the community workers, Victoria Robinson, with her massive and brilliant work in that. I know I've been working very, very closely with her on that through my food charity roles, but also working with Nourish to make and distribute food meals actually as well. That is extremely important. And as it completely rightly says in this, I think we do need to do more for rural areas. I was just wanting to seek clarity on that point, though. Obviously, Nourish is an Axminster-based charity. I just wanted to seek clarity quickly whether this would be a district-wide project, and therefore would this be working with other groups as well? I'm just trying to think of ways that we can fully maximise this, especially with I know there are plans in Honiton to build a new community kitchen over the coming few months. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bonetta. This is a very timely opportunity for me to also declare an interest, because I'm actually one of the directors of the Ottery Larder in Ottery, and we also deal with Fair Share directly. So thank you for the timely reminder, Councillor Bonetta, before we go for a vote. Megan, you have already spoken on this, but I see that your hand is up. Is it a very brief point?
No, it's just in response to that. I mean, we have been looking into this, the whole business of the food, the Fair Share, and all of that, and we're trying to work alongside the county council on this, who's been to speak at the poverty working panel. And how we can work in conjunction with them. So we're trying to work up some kind of agreement with them as to the way forward. I don't know whether John wants to add anything more, or whether he's heard anything more on that recently, more than I have. But that's as I understand it. And so once we've got that, they want to get a whole Devon-wide system set up. So we want to work with, obviously, with the county council to do that. And then we'll see how it fits with the district, our district.
Okay.
John, I don't know whether you want to add anything or not.
John, did you want to add something to that?
Well, through you, Chair, this has been a hugely successful piece of work that we've undertaken, as Councillor Bonetta mentions. And in fact, Councillor Rickson mentioned a short film that we've done to illustrate the work. It's been so successful that we do want to run it out across the entire district, and I think, as this point in the service plan says, particularly in the more rural areas, working through our excellent range of community groups, voluntary groups, and we are working closely with the the County Council, as Councillor Armstrong mentioned, to try and ensure that they provide us some funding to enable us to do that most effectively. So I think you'll see and hear a lot more on this particular subject, because it is a integral part of not only our housing work but our poverty work as well. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you, John. Okay, so we are now going to take a vote on agenda item 8C, housing. Okay, I'm inviting members of the overview committee first to vote in favour, green tick, red cross, no, or abstain with a little wave of the hand from recommending adoption of the housing service plan and its key service objectives to Cabinet. Remember, we're just recommending these. So if I could ask overview to vote now, please. Thank you.
Okay, Chair, we have 11 votes in favour, 11 green ticks.
Excellent, thank you, Sue. If I could ask you to clear when you get a memento.
Yep.
Perfect, thank you. If I can now ask scrutiny exactly the same question, a green tick for in favour, a red cross for against, and a little wave of your hand if you're abstaining. Thank you.
Okay, Chair, I have 8 green ticks in favour and 1 abstention.
Excellent, thank you. Over to you for the legal bit, Henry, please.
Yes, please. Thank you, Chair. Yes, so both committees have agreed that the housing service plan should be recommended to Cabinet, and so it's on to street scene. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, it's 1:30. We're going on to street scene. I know Andrew Hancock can cover this very, very quickly because, you know, that's how he rolls. So agenda item 8D, street scene. Can I invite the service leader, Andrew Hancock, to present the plan and key service objectives, please?
Thank you, Chair. I'm very aware of the time and I'll do my best to keep it on track. Hope you've got a little staying power left. Before I get onto the main themes from the service plan, I just wanted to take a moment to highlight some of the significant pressures in our service. We've touched on some already today, and then I'll move on to the service plan and take questions at the end. So as you know, street scene maintains the backdrop, the environment which helps to achieve or support delivery of many of our council priorities. We maintain our beaches, our parks, our green spaces. We provide clean streets and safe infrastructure for our residents and visitors, all contributing to the beautiful environment where people want to live, which supports our economy. And in that way, linking back to Councillor Gardner's question earlier about income, not bringing through that budget request for additional resources in street scene could have a wider impact on visitor-based businesses in our area. Alongside these maintenance services, we provide essential utilities such as recycling and waste collection, services experienced by every single person in our district. And this is where our pressures are, the growth in draw on these services. Last year alone, we saw a 30% increase in some operational demand, and we've seen the property count in the district increase by over 10,000 homes in the last decade. And all of this increases the use of our services and the pressure on our frontline delivery teams. And for the last 2 years, as you mentioned earlier, this has been amplified by the pandemic effect, a greater number of staycations and increased active visitor season length. So I just want to briefly touch on the street scene operations resource budget request, currently shown as unaffordable, not in the base budget. So it was the £280,000 request that I submitted, built off the staff survey feedback and the analysis of our work pressures. And it's really important that we all understand that this is a standstill position to meet the demand that we now have to service. It's not a growth or sort of nice to have. I understand the decisions, the reasons why it's being shown as unaffordable, but we need to all be cognizant of the impacts of this decision on our service delivery. They're all outlined in the supporting papers in the background links of Simon's report, but I just quickly wanted to touch on a few of them. So, for example, without the 6 additional operations staff, we won't be able to continue to maintain our statutory street cleansing standards in areas of growth such as Cranbrook, Exmouth, and Seaton and Axminster. If we can't resource appropriately, we'll need to reduce the standards of cleansing in quite a visible way. For example, in Cranbrook, we've got half an FTE for an area of massive population growth. We've borrowed half an FTE from the Budley team, and you heard from Councillor Wright earlier the impact that's having there. This request included an additional FTE for Cranbrook to help support the growth there, as it does in other areas. So not bringing that forwards has a direct impact on how we will run those services. And as a result, we'll have to agree communications with the public and yourselves as councillors on areas we simply won't be able to service, and we won't have the time and the capacity to engage in debates and arguments with service users around that. We'll just have to simply say this is the standard that we can afford to deliver. The other posts in the ask, such as the project officer, the fleet admin and office manager, will have a direct impact on our ability to plan service processes, efficiency improvements, and required system changes that are coming down the track from the Environment Act, as well as climate impact reduction projects, and will necessitate our focus to be on day-to-day delivery. So as Andrew Ennis has outlined, we're quite worried about this pressure. That's why we've put the budget request in, and without it, there will be visible, tangible impacts that our residents will experience. We've already covered at length, I think, so I won't go into it, the additional pressure on the Suez contract, the £1.2 million increase for collection resources. We'll be bringing subsequent reports to Cabinet and Council very shortly on that. We got the completed report from Suez with all the supporting financial data just before Christmas. So now turning to the service plan itself, there's 4 thematic areas that I'll briefly canter through. And I've tried to, in the service plan, write in caveats for delivery where it relates to the additional resources that we need, that we're setting out that we need to continue service provision. So hopefully I've been clear on what the impact will be on the service plan outcomes if we don't get those resources. So objective 3 covers a council promise to deliver high quality street cleansing and grounds maintenance services that meet residents' expectations. This objective particularly is going to be difficult to deliver without that additional £280,000 of boots on the ground type resources, and we'll have to roll back and focus on core service areas. As Andrew and Amy have both expressed, so I won't labour the point too much, we are experiencing staff retention, recruitment and retention difficulties. The work we did last year to redraw the grade boundaries, the spinal points for our lower grades 1 to 5, has done very little to actually retain or attract, more staff. And we carried a 20% vacancy rate all of last year. If you add on top of that labour shortages, driver shortages and COVID isolations coming into this summer season, then that is a risk for us in service delivery. Turning to decarbonisation of fleet and equipment, our transport emissions account for quite a big proportion of our carbon footprint, and we recognise we've got a part to play in this for street scene, the Suez fleet, which is also part of street scene, but other service areas as well. And we've made good progress with more than a quarter of the street scene white fleet now electric. But in order to make the jump to get the 3/4 across, including the Suez fleet, we need a cohesive plan. So objectives 5 and 6 relate to this, but without the additional fleet management and planning capacity, that's going to be really difficult for us to achieve in a timely manner. Going back to Councillor Wright's question earlier, just quickly to wrap that up. So objective 4, discusses on-street recycling. And our proposal there really is to organically expand it in high use areas as we take further delivery of bin lift vehicles this year. We've got 4 more on order, which makes our operation more efficient. But we're not planning to roll it out en masse everywhere until we see what comes out of the Environment Act in respect of the deposit return scheme, because we don't want to invest heavily in bin infrastructure to see that it's then redundant. The second thematic area is recycling and waste. So huge daily collection pressures, which you've all probably seen in your constituency areas related to driver shortages and staff isolations. And much of the team's capacity at the moment is used in dealing with this and keeping participation high and our recycling rates high. Last year, due to the pandemic, we dropped our rates slightly by 0.5% to 60%, really as a change down to changing shopping habits and more people being at home, which increased our residual waste tonnages. But we're now number 9 in the league table of best recycling authorities in England, so that's still a fantastic achievement. If we look at objective 12 in the service plan, there's a lot of work for the team to do around the Environment Act changes, from the extended producer responsibility and deposit return schemes and consistency of collections. But our collection service, our hybrid curbside sort, puts us in a really good position here. And indeed, we've been working closely with DEFRA throughout the consultation as an exemplar for recycling rate increase and WE collections, waste electrical collections. The timescales are not completely clear yet. We're anticipating implementation around 23-25, but that looks like it's being pushed out still further with the government delaying the publication of the detailed guidance. The bridging solution's also in there, unsurprisingly, but we've talked about that. That's at objective 13. So then we come on to theme 3. So we've got an awful lot of the service plan dedicated to engineering projects. We've got resource pressures here as well. Lots of fantastic projects which make a really positive difference to our district and our residents. But with a small team of only 4 officers, we've got a growing number of projects that remain on the books. So this year, all our new capital projects have included a percentage for delivery to help get these things moving. I think it's important to mention, to touch on comments earlier, that these are mainly capital budget items, but they're not officers' pet projects. They're very often political projects, or they're primarily to do with keeping things safe and functioning. So they relate to coastal defence, flood alleviation, such as the Sidmouth BMP Objective 18, where we're making good progress now on a hybrid scheme, and we've got much better buy-in from stakeholders. And Fennerton Objective 19, where we now have full project funding and we're working with Network Rail to identify an under-track crossing window. Play area refurbishment accounts for quite a few on there as well, and we are looking at an objective to bring forward a play strategy to look at how we can continue affording these sites, funding them in the future, and how we might make that available to others. And of course, all of these areas will include looking at how we can reduce carbon impacts. This is difficult in some engineering projects, such as coastal defence, unless we move away from hard engineering, because concrete has the carbon impact that it does. But there are examples like the Lower Otter project, which we're supporting, which is a project that's adaptation based rather than hard engineering based. So it is in the mindset of our engineers now. And finally, to wrap up, all the other service objectives generally fall under the category of supporting or providing a greener East Devon and supporting our communities and economy, whether that's through events on our land, carefully balanced event schedule that helps give local interest, community groups can use our spaces, and opportunities for health and well-being, balanced against income generation, and that income helps to offset the cost of maintaining those spaces. So objective 2 and 32 relate to that. Then we've got blue flags and green flags, which are really important charter marks of our blue and green assets. They help set out our stall so that our residents know what they can expect, but it also helps draw in more visitors. And there is an economic upturn associated with blue flag that's well known about. So that's a good thing to have, and that's objective 8 and 9. And absolutely finally, sustainable management of our green spaces, objective 7, quite a large objective around improving habitat, including analysis of our spaces for larger scale tree planting, looking at how we can manage those spaces more sustainably, continuing the move away from annual bedding to sustainable perennials for pollinators. We've got a new green space officer team now, 2 replacement officers for 2 that have left, and they have a considerable experience in landscape design for sustainability and community engagement. And so this is an area, working with our new district ecologist, that I'm really confident we can really hit and really do well at in terms of rewilding and cross-pollinating that work with countryside. So that was a quick ramble through, very aware of time, and I'm happy to take any questions on the specifics. Thank you.
Helps if I unmute. Thank you, Andrew. That was very good and very speedily done. I'm very impressed. Okay, I have got in front of me 6 speakers as far as I can see. I think firstly, we will probably do as we've done all the way through, go to the portfolio holder, Councillor Jeff Young.
Chair, I just have a little point of order. I should have expressed an interest. So can I do that now before we start the discussion?
You may.
Thank you. It's item number 15, as Jeff Young will know very well. For some years and continuing to this day, I've been chairing the main sort of residents communities committee to do with the Lower Otter restoration project. So I just thought I ought to make that clear, as that's part of the plan. Thank you.
No problem. These things come up. I had exactly the same thing on the last one, as you know. Councillor Young, please.
Thank you, Andrew, for the presentation, and thank you for all the work you've done over the year, including all the team. What comes to my mind is spreading jam more thinly seems to be the message that's coming through. I'd like to get a bit more jam. Hopefully we can find some more money for some of the provisions that we need to provide for the coming year. And now what is fairly obvious is that the electorate do expect street scene to provide a good service, and I think we've been doing that, and I would like to think that we can continue. With regards recycling and waste, yeah, we're up to number 9. I would love to be number 1, and that's my target. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Well, I have 5 people to speak. You have 15 minutes, so you've got 2 minutes each. That's it. And then we're going to the vote, unless obviously there's questions that need to be answered. Who's next on my Jack? I just need to know, is yours a portfolio holder question or not?
I wanted to make a statement really about whether there's more jam or not.
So it's a portfolio. You're answering as it is your part as a portfolio, yes?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. We'll come to you first then. Trying to do portfolio holders first.
Thanks. Thanks, Andrew, for the information, and I've got every sympathy with the situation you face and what you've been providing over the last year as well. I just wanted to. It's a bit of a hobby horse of mine about trying to put in perspective as well about what we actually pay for these services, because the general public, when they get faced with their council bill, and I'm going to use my own example to illustrate this, see a bill perhaps of over £2,500 per annum. But when you think out of that, East Devon District Council only receive 7% of that. In my own case, £186 a year. It shows where the bulk of the council tax money goes. And when you break it down as well, out of the equivalent of me paying £3.56 per week to East Devon District Council, 41 pence out of that goes for the street scene service. Now, if we weren't being restricted by government, unless we go to a referendum about this 2% or £5 per annum increase, which means £5 per annum for us, I'd love to be able to raise the preset to pay for what we need to do at the moment. So I find that really frustrating. So I'm making a political statement really about the frustration I feel about the restrictions we have from central government about what we can do about our preset. So thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Rowland. I have got 5 speakers left, 2 of which are not members of Scrutiny Overview. So if I can go to Councillor Rickson first, then Councillor Faithful, please.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to echo the comments made by Councillor Young and congratulate you on your declared targets with regard to electrification of fleet and replacement of electrical equipment. I guess the big problem we're going to face in the future is when we need to upgrade the tipper lorry, the one that collects all the waste bins. Is that going to be electric or hydrogen? That's the conundrum.
Thank you, Councillor Rickson. Andrew, do you have an answer for that query, or is it something we're going to have to come back to at a later date?
I didn't know whether it was a question or a query. So we're looking at that. In fact, we've got a meeting next week to kick off looking at the decarbonisation of the Suez fleet, so we can start tracking and building up a project with a plan, as I mentioned, because we need that. The technology is still evolving. We're trialling a few electric vehicles. We're trying to get hold of electric roam equip, But you're quite right, Councillor Rickson, at the moment, the technology is not quite there for RCVs and HGVs, and it does look like hydrogen may come about. What we will need to do is look at the infrastructure in the depot and depot location. And when you come on to Tim Child's service plan on Monday, you'll see that we've got an item in there to review our depot requirement with a mind to building in infrastructure for decarbonisation.
Thank you, Andrew. Councillor Faithful, please.
I was just going to ask that question about hydrogen on the bigger vehicles, so I think that's pretty well answered.
Excellent, thank you. Now, I only had two speakers originally, Councillor Pook and Councillor Rylance, who are both on overview or scrutiny, but I see that Councillor King-Bloxham has also raised a hand, and as she hasn't actually spoken during this session, I will allow you to speak, Councillor Bloxham, as long as it's a very quick question or comment, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'll be very quick. As you all know, Cranbrook receives very little or no service from East Devon, and it's very disappointing to hear that it's on the hit list for losing the very few roads, and it is a handful of roads on street cleansing. So I'd really ask if that could be looked at again. And I'd also ask, and on our mantra of the cost that Cranbrook pays for emptying of its public bins that are 3 times the price of any other town or parish council, that a review is carried out regarding the prices across the board to all towns and parish councils to make it correct. We're not asking for Cranbrooks to be reduced, we're asking for everybody to be paying the same. Thank you very much, Chair, for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Councillor Bloxham. I think that was probably a question for a later date as such. I understand where you're coming from, you want it looked into, etc. Okay, who have I got first, Sue? Is it Councillor Rylance or Councillor Pook?
Councillor Rylance, Chair.
Excellent. Councillor Rylance, please, you literally have a couple of minutes.
Thank you. Oh my God, my reputation. Okay, so my questions are questions I have actually already asked Andrew in other venues, but I was wondering whether we had any progress on them or whether I'd forgotten the answers. The first one is dog poo bins. Given the problems with staffing and well, the increase in dogs, is there any sense at the moment in removing dog poo bins and going to mingled waste, since it gets taken to the waste to heat plant anyway? Would that save us any money or gain us any cash? Aluminium cans, the delays on the legislation, does that mean it's actually worth installing on-street aluminium recycling bins now, if we've got a few more years than we thought? I was going to mention the question that Councillor Bloxham just raised, which is, are we going to enter into a review to examine the charging for street scene services to parishes and towns, given that parishes and towns can actually put their precepts up, which is what we can't do in an unlimited fashion. So can we actually charge something that reflects the cost of emptying the bins to every single parish and town? And also my last question was about the Blue Flag Awards and how that interacts with current sewage outflow problems created by stormwater being released into, along with sewage into drains. So how are we interacting with South West Water on that? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rylance. Andrew, do you have very quick answers for those questions?
I shall try, yes. So in terms of dog poo bins, the short answer is no, it doesn't save us money. We'll get extra tonnage in the street litter bins and we'd have to resource there on street cleansing. It's also part of the Suez contract, so we'd have to negotiate it out. In terms of the on-street aluminium recycling, I don't believe so, but I haven't looked into it. It's probably something we need to discuss offline. The deposit return's probably a couple of years away, but we would have to buy in additional vehicles for collection on street. And the main problem that I've said lots of times in various forums at the moment is we just get so much misuse of on-street recycling bins, so much contamination, and that's the problem for servicing those. Review of charging for street scene services to town and parish councils, yes, and we have heard what Cranbrook are saying and do appreciate their views there. It does cost us different amounts to empty in different places because, as Councillor Wright said earlier, East Devon is very different by its geography and locations, and how we collect affects the costs. I would love to be able to review those chargeable services, but I haven't got the capacity in my team to do so. And some of the office manager and project officer posts that are within the ask would enable us to do that and much more across the service. And finally, blue flag. So at the moment, it interacts with sewage outfall. So it is to do with EA testing of the bathing water quality. You have to have excellent bathing water quality to get a blue flag. If there is an outfall, so a storm event, as long as we display a water quality warning notice, then that sample is discounted from the water quality results that affect the blue flag.
Thank you, Andrew, and answered very swiftly and promptly. Much appreciated. Councillor Pook, as the last speaker, you have 2 minutes.
Last but not least, I hope. I'm disappointed that there's no mention of asset transfer in the document, apart from a brief mention in the toilet section, given the asset transfer consultation. And that sort of also leads on to the frustration, the time taken and the progress made on the beer transfer of assets, because the beer transfer of assets, all the modelling shows that there's good opportunities which can be rolled out across the district. Transfer of operations and responsibilities will reduce operational costs on a year-by-year basis, and this will take money out of our revenue budget, which is, as Simon explained earlier, and the difference between capital and revenue. This is money that will go out every year. So, transfer those operations will help this budget, long-term budget problem. Transfer of ownership can reduce the capital costs, as the new owners will take on the capital costs. However, there must be some sort of capital cost support to encourage these communities. So even if the capital allocation, which has been made within the budgets, and you've seen it on this year's and will be going forward for future years, even if on transfer 50% of that was given to the communities to upgrade their services, that could be a 50% saving on the capital expenditure of the council. So the modelling we've done on the beer transfer of assets one, it's showing £300,000 plus saving in the 10 years from the revenue budget. And if there's transfer of ownership, just looking at say two assets, the toilets and the play park, well, the toilet allocation for beer is £219,000. So, even if you said that toilets and 50% of the toilet and the play park money, that could take 150,000 out of the capital budget. So those two things, capital and revenue alone, could take £450,000 out of beer. That's just beer. What could it do if it was rolled out district wide? Another benefit is we've heard our street scene need more operational staff, but of course, if some of these services are transferred to other communities, then this is going to relieve this stress on street scene. So I can't understand why we aren't making more progress on assets and community transfer. It seems such a win-win situation for everyone, financially wise, resource wise, and for the communities. And just finally, where did we get to on item 7 when we were looking at the additional service funding? Was that actually agreed, or was it agreed to debate it another date? I was a bit confused. I thought we were going to have a debate then, but then we went straight onto these service plans. Anyway, that's my normal bit on asset transfer and beer. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pook. At least you're consistent. That's always good to know.
Always consistent and loud, I hope.
I'm saying nothing. Andrew, would you like to come back on any of those points?
Briefly, Chair, I think some of those are political points. Probably Councillor Young might be able to add something, or Councillor Hayward. And the reason why there's not information around community asset transfer in my service plan is really that sits in Tim Child's area, property, place and prosperity. And so and he's working on a community asset transfer process strategy. So I think we would dovetail into that afterwards. What I tried to outline earlier is that with the current resource pressures, we're really focused on the day-to-day, providing these maintenance operations, and we've very little thinking space for other things outside of that currently, I'm afraid.
Thank you, Andrew. And although I know that you did say that either Councillor Young or Councillor Rowland could come in on that, I think that you've answered it perfectly well. It is something that is, not part of what we are actually discussing as such, because it goes into something else completely. So I would like to go on to the vote, if we may. Okay, so we are now voting on, I'm inviting members of Overview. Okay, so this is agenda item 8D, street scene. I'm inviting members of the Overview Committee only, first to vote in favour with a green tick, against with a red cross, or abstain with a wave of your hand, from recommending adoption of the street scene service plan and its key service objectives to Cabinet. Okay, so Overview. I know that we have lost a few members because they've had other meetings they've had to go to.
Okay, Chair, we have 9 ticks in favour.
Excellent, thank you, Sue. So when you get a moment to clear the board, perfect.
Oh.
Exactly the same question to scrutiny. So green tick for yes, red cross for no, and a wave of the hand if you're abstaining, please.
Okay, I have 7 ticks in favour.
Perfect, thank you. And then over to Henry for the legal bit.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So I can confirm that both committees have agreed the service plan for street scene and will make a recommendation accordingly. Can I just make one comment on Councillor Pook's
of course.
Forgive me, I wasn't sure whether Andrew said this or not, but effectively the issue of the asset transfers for beer come under the property and estates service plan rather than street scene. So forgive me if Andrew did pick that up with you. And Chair, I suppose the other thing is, if on reflection members want to reflect on the budget position, it was a provisional vote this morning, yes. And so the final recommendation to Cabinet will be taken after completion of the service plan discussion on Monday. So if there is anything else that arises that the committees want to pick up on, then obviously there would still be that opportunity, subject to obviously Chair's agreement and so on and so forth.
Of course, thank you, Henry, and thank you for the clarification. Okie dokes. So that brings our meeting to an end. I do apologise for the fact that it went half an hour earlier, but it did speak for nearly 2 hours on car parking, just saying. And I would like to thank everyone, including members of the public, for their attendance. Members, can I remind you that until the Democratic Services team confirm that the live streaming recording has stopped, you can still be seen and heard, and any comments may be recorded. So if you wait for them to tell you that it's